powerful that Intune Endpoint Manager. So I will try to cover pretty much all. Okay, good morning, guys, and it's excellent weather outside, and we should be having the class in patio. Yeah, right. Okay, so let's go ahead. Or we should be in Niagara Falls in front of that. Um, okay, so I'm logged in, and which account? Excuse me. Which account I logged in? Yeah, it is CA 30 July 2022 samosa dot on Microsoft.com. And slowly, students are coming and yawning and coming. Okay, guys. So today, what we covered last time was the trickier part, and those who could not see the last part, I'll send the video to you. But there is so what we covered last time was that we created a virtual machine, and that was Windows 10 virtual machine VM. And then we also had that obviously Intune. So we configured AAD, Azure Active Directory, excuse me, and Endpoint Manager. So Endpoint Manager, AAD, both many areas of these both were covered. So different configurations were done. So it's pretty crucial for you if you want to set up Endpoint Manager or Intune with in the cloud. So what configurations need to be done? Different configurations were done for both. Were done. I'll just put that here. Now there's a lot there. It's a obviously fully blown application. I mean, it's how to handle thousands of devices. If you have thousands of devices, so how do you really handle that? So there's so many features there. And it's so powerful that Intune Endpoint Manager. So I will try to cover pretty much all or majority of those features, whatever is doable. And I would love to do labs of whatever comes my way. Doing the labs is the best way to go. Okay, so we did configure. Now, the main point last time was that how to enroll the Windows 10. So first we are going for Windows devices, then we're going to go for iOS devices like iPhone and tablets, and then Mac OS. Hopefully, where would I get a Mac OS? I think Mac OS operating system. If I have, I can install it in a virtual machine, and then I can show you what to do with the Mac OS as well. But how to enroll Windows 10, that's what we're covering for now. First, then we're going to go for iOS and Android devices. So we had to install a new OS, and then during first login, that's the main point here. We logged in from an Intune enabled user. So previous video, you can see how to Intune enable. Did I say that? Okay, Intune enable a user, and then if that user is having a license of Intune basically. So when you log in the first time from this, that user will enroll this device. So suppose this device name is Win01 dash whatever the name. Okay, suppose it's an employee name in the company, right? So so what happens is that this device under the user, and suppose the user was also okay, Armor user or Armor employee one, employee 101, whatever the user. We didn't actually had that user, but Armor 01 was the username, and this is the user, that is the device name, right? So when we go inside Azure Active Directory and then go to users and then go to the actual user, then inside the user, you have to see that the device section of or for that user, does it show that device from which the user logged in? So the first thing here is that as soon as the Intune enabled user logs in from a newly installed Windows for the first time, that Intune enabled users device gets uh, joined to AAD. That's the first thing. And second thing that happened, yeah, last time, or how it should happen is that it should automatically enroll in Intune as well. And that's the way we configured last time in the class, that AAD and endpoint, different areas of those should be configured correctly. So automatically, once the device is enrolled in AAD, then it must automatically be enrolled into Intune as well. So that's the second thing that must happen exactly right after this. When we used auto enroll, we created a security group. We added the security group to the auto enroll, and then it automatically enrolled to Azure AD, but it also automatically enrolled to Intune or Endpoint Manager. But the thing is that if you have configured it correctly, obviously it's gonna work fine. So you have to see in the last video what happened. How did we configure the whole environment for the first machine to be connected? And once enrolled in Endpoint Manager, Endpoint, that's what it's called. It's not called Intune there, but Intune is part of the Endpoint Manager, obviously. And on the intro class, we talked about what's the difference between Intune and Endpoint Manager. So Endpoint Manager is mainly, it was built for online related tasks, and Intune was built for online and hybrid environment, right? So, or was it different? Okay. So once enrolled in Endpoint Manager, then what should hit first? Then what should kick in first? Then compliance policy must kick in right at that particular time. And in fact, now I'm going to visit our Azure AD that we configured last time, and Um, we're going to see that, yes, the device that we installed and enrolled is there under the user Armor 01, and it's already inside Intune as well. But actually, it says compliant in Intune. That's not good. I mean, like, we haven't even created a security policy or compliance policy yet, and it says it's compliant. Compliant against what? Compliant against nothing. So that's where we need to work now. And obviously, the main bread and butter of Endpoint Manager is the security, the compliance policies, as well as configuration profiles. There's a huge world inside. It's just another world, the configuration profiles and the possibilities of what you can do and what you can achieve to thousands of devices, what you can implement on thousands of devices across the company through configuration profiles. But first thing is, so this is the steps, right? The device has to be registered in AAD, then it has to be automatically enrolled in Intune, then this compliance policy must kick in. So did it kick in last time? We're going to check it out, and we're going to go through the policy. Let's create our our own compliance policy to explore all the features we can implement, all the settings, not features, all the settings we can implement. Also, after, so that would be the fourth thing that has to kick in. What kicks in? So after compliance policy kicks in, which means that whatever settings you have implemented in compliance policy, are those all settings implemented successfully on the device? If all the compliance policies are okay, and or not okay, whatever. I mean, like it has to go through the compliance policy settings. Oh, firewall is yeah, check it, it's okay. Oh, and BitLocker is yeah, okay, and this is okay, that is okay, this is okay, that okay. Whether it is good or not, the next thing that will kick in automatically anyway, like it's not like oh, compliance policy is not fully, the device is not fully compliant with all the settings of the compliance policy, so it's not going to go ahead with the next process. No, it is going to go ahead. So after compliance policy kicks in, and I'm going to mention here whether the device is compliant or not, and we can change that too. Like, okay, after this, configuration profile will kick in, right? Configuration profile will kick in. And that's a very long list of many configuration, I mean, many settings you can implement. So after compliance policy kicks in, configuration will kick in, right? So, and we can change that behavior as well. That if the device is not compliant against the compliance policies, don't go ahead. If configuration profile does not kick in, obviously a lot of settings will not be implemented. And also, don't go ahead means if the device is not compliant against the compliance policy, don't let the users of the device use our Azure Active Directory, our SharePoint, our Exchange or Outlook, our Teams. Don't let the user use anything if the device is not compliant. And we can actually implement that later. Obviously, we're going to show you how. And it involves conditional access policy. So that would be, we can put it at that level that, okay, check the device fully compliant, go ahead. Use our SharePoint, use our critical data. Oh, you're not compliant? Oh, no way. You're not even logging in now. So we can actually do that too. But right now it's all clear, it's all open. Later we're going to put more restrictions that who can connect to our online environment and who cannot. So after compliance policy kicks in, whether the device is compliant or not, configuration profile will kick in. And that's a long list of policies. So we need to reach here. And then after that, uh, endpoint security baselines, endpoint security baselines. That's another set of sorry, that's another set of long list of security policies, and some of the security settings here also are available in configuration profile security settings, like BitLocker related settings. So you have to turn it off either in configuration profile and let it be on here, or turn it off here and let it be on in configuration profile, right? So, but endpoint security baselines, uh, these can be implemented as well, can be implemented as well. And your device, your end user device becomes so secure. I mean, pretty much you would have thought about everything, or you would have covered every security aspect of the device, because our first line of defense is end user devices, right? The hackers, and after COVID-19, obviously, it's the most important thing. As last time also I mentioned that when I joined the company, this was I discovered that this was the weakest link there. None of the end user devices who were all connecting from home had any kind of security policies, or the security policies were not properly implemented if a few were implemented. So endpoint security baselines can be implemented as well. And those are like how to secure Microsoft Edge, and how to secure, um, how to deploy a Microsoft Defender, which has a long list of tools there. Microsoft Defender has a huge amount of tools, right? So those security tools, we're going to go through those as well. So it becomes really interesting that how, um, yeah, how it will be implemented. So Endpoint security after that comes, we'll then go for more restrictions. We will go for endpoint security baselines can be implemented as well. Conditional access policies can be implemented as well. So that just restricts more and more and more and more. I kept on suggesting, okay, let's do that, and then kept on getting approvals. I also suggested about the conditional access policy, which I will show here, or at least we can test it. Conditional access policy, there's a policy can be implemented. For example, I'll go for example here that a user cannot log in if the device is not compliant. So that's a very common one. I mean, pretty much, well, a lot of companies do that. They implement that, right? But then there's another one which we did not implement, although our employees do go. So that's uh, data data residency, data residency, which means that a user connected from outside of our country, where the company is, then um, the user uh, has more restrictions either, or cannot connect at all. So a user is outside of Canada and wants to connect. No, they cannot unless you want them to, then add them to the security group and they will be connected. So data residency policy that can be implemented as well with conditional access policies, but there's a pretty long list of stuff that suppose you're using a old browser version. So and there had been an attack on there had been found some vulnerabilities on some old browser versions of Edge or Chrome. So yeah, you can just stop the users from connecting from browser version. So you can put all the versions there. And then if it's the users are connecting without MFA, multi-factor authentication, you can block them through conditional access policy. So conditional access policy is pretty powerful. Conditional access policy is very, very powerful. Okay, so let's go ahead and this is still Windows side we're connecting, but pretty much for iOS and Android devices, the logic would be same, that the compliance policies for Android and iOS and then configuration profile for Android and iOS will be implemented. Endpoint security, we'll check it out if we can actually put that there. Also, we're gonna go for one other thing I missed here is apps. So apps need to be implemented on Windows devices as well. So we are still, this is a section purely for Windows devices, right? Windows devices. Then whatever we implement on Windows, much of it will be implemented, can be implemented on iOS and Android devices as well. But not all, like conditional access or endpoint security, yeah, some of it, but not all. Okay, so let's go ahead. And our till now, what we have done is till here that once we enrolled, so we saw that although we did not create our compliance policy, but this is done in last class, and we're going to be going for yeah. So we're going to be going for creating a compliance policy of our own. Now, let's log in and try to check what's going on here. I'll just go to the environment. First, I'm going to just put that here. And then I'm going to log in and I'm going to show that So if I go here to users and go to active users, last time, and then not Armor01. So I hope those of you who are doing the labs would have created those users and would have followed all the labs. So guys, again, if you just sit and see the lab, but you don't do it yourself, then you're really wasting time here. You could be enjoying in a nice summer weather outside. But if you're doing the lab, then this time is of any use. If you're not doing the labs, then you're just wasting your time here. right? Because if you see it, you will forget it soon. When you do it and you go through the errors, so that will really add to your experience and confidence in using Intune, right? Okay, so do all the labs diligently and religiously and repeat all the labs again and again, right? Okay, so I'm going to go for devices here. So user devices, and I see that yes, that Windows Win01 Intune Windows 10 device is actually it says compliant, but there's nothing there we created, and this is what 13/8 last week it was registered there. Um, yeah. So So five users exactly, but five users and one admin. So this is the admin account, and these are five users. But sure, you can access the last class video and follow the whole thing. We did everything step by step. And yeah, so here, what I'm just gonna start that. Right, VMware workstation and power on that Windows because pretty much that will be our guinea pig. And in fact, we had two windows there and we started, yeah, Intune 1 and Intune 2, right? So Intune 1, we were logged in and Intune 1, we had, um, that very crucial Intune app installed, and that is called Company Portal app, right? So this is Company Portal, this one. This is a icon for that, and we downloaded it from internet. So if we go back, so I just click this, and it then takes us to the home button where whatever apps we have published, we haven't gone through the apps, but whatever devices this locally logged in user is registered to should be coming here. So if I go there to this, well, it's still in shock right now that I'm using it. Okay, there you go. So we're logged in from this user, Armor01, right? And it's logged in. So we already saw in Intune that yeah, Armor01 is a user, and the device that is connected is Win01-Intune. So that's the device that is connected here. So user we confirmed. And if I go to this, yeah, it's again in short that this PC, or I could just go for hostname, right? Hostname command. So I'll go for CMD and if it opens it today, come on. Okay, it's too slow now. CMD. Wow. Okay. Finally, oh, two now opens. So host name. So yeah, it's Win01-Intune. So the other device should be also registered, and we did that too. We are having two devices, so we could do more experimentation here of all the features. If suppose one device has more implemented, like if one device has some issue, then we can still check on the other device. Okay, so the other device is also logging in, and there also we put the company portal app there. This is what you need to put in Android and iOS as well when you once connect that. Right now, what I want to show you in terms of compliance policy is that yeah, Win02 Intune. Yeah, we get that, and see this as the company portal app which connects us to the endpoint manager, and Intune shows us that which user and which device. And suppose one user is connected from iOS and Android device as well, right? So then that user um, So that user's devices will be showing here as well. So whatever number of devices the user is connected or logged in even once will start showing up here. Obviously, if it's showing up here for the user, they will show up for the administrator as well. And administrators of Intune will know that, oh, okay, that's this user is connecting from this many devices. Okay, so while this is going on and it's pretty slow right now, so the first device, now I'm inside the device, I'm gonna go for settings, which is actually open here, this one. So how do we go there? So if we click that and just type settings, and it comes, you click that, and in the settings, oh, okay, so I'll go back here. Yeah, so this will open, right? Then you go to accounts, and then you go to work and school. Yep.
Amir.
Yep.
It's Sal. How are you? Good morning. Quick question. When you go back to, if you go back to that endpoint management page.
Here. Oh, endpoint management.
Where the link is.
Link for?
You were there. You were in the right area. So if you go to settings accounts, there's a link.
Oh, that's the sound settings. Link for what? For download of Windows?
No.
Okay, which?
You were there. You were just there.
Okay, I was just there. So, oh, settings. Okay, inside the Windows 10.
Inside the settings, yeah. Inside settings, accounts, worker school.
Okay, yeah, work or school. Yeah, this is the work or school. I think you're going to say that why is it not activated? Because I saw the error.
Yeah.
This one. Or what else you want to say?
Yeah. No, not that one. But there was a link.
Question?
There's a management link.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, so double click on your link. Double click. So underneath connect your account info. So go to connected to on the right hand side.
This one? Oh, I cannot hear you now. So exactly, that's where I was about to go. So work or school, and then go here and info, and then so guys, what I was going to show was that right now no compliance policy is showing here, but after we are done with the compliance policies, you will see here in the settings that there will be a lot of compliance policies, whatever we implement. Suppose you implement BitLocker, suppose you implement anything else, so all will be showing here. So this is what I wanted to show, and how to go there, just showing that. And hello?
Yeah, can you what the sync button does?
Okay, you're cutting very bad right now. So settings. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Now what? Sell? Oh, you're now. Okay. So yeah, you can type as well because your voice is cutting. Okay, guys, so here, so that's what I showed already, settings, and that's where we're going to see the policies. Now let's go to our what the sync button does. Okay, Sal says that in the chat. Could you explain what the sync button does? So this is the company portal app, and we download it from internet. And then if you're logged in properly with the Intune account, then it logs you in properly automatically as well, and then starts showing you devices. Then you go down here to this settings, and this is the sync button. So obviously sync your device to get the latest updates from your organization. So it actually connects you to Endpoint, and then it checks for all the latest endpoint policies where this particular device is added. So we're about to go to configure those compliance policies, configuration profiles, and endpoint security baselines, and whatever else we implement. So if you made some changes in Intune and you want those to be implemented right away here or soon, sometimes you keep clicking sync and still it cannot download those policies. So, well, basically this button is there for requesting, hey, Intune, do you have something else for me? And Intune says, yes, the administrator made some changes for you. Here are those changes. So when you click sync, those changes are then implemented. But don't count on that. It's theoretically they are supposed to implement, and many times they do. But sometimes you keep clicking sync. You made some change there up there, and one particular device, or maybe two or three particular devices, are not syncing or getting those policies. So then you go to the device, and then do that. So I was just doing that just to get the results faster. Otherwise, suppose you have 10,000 devices, you can't really go every device and click sync here. Then obviously there are some scripts that actually you can deploy from Intune remotely, and the only purpose of that script is to enable that sync, to initiate a sync from the device. So I had to do that for 100, okay, say 60 or 70 devices, which were not really requesting policies. And there was one new change we made that we wanted to see there. So then I had to search for a script that would be thrown through Intune. And as soon as the script lands on the machine, it would initiate this sync automatically for 60 or 70 devices. So otherwise, this is a troubleshooting step normally. But when you have one or two devices just like us, then yeah, this is good just to get the result faster. Okay. So does that, Sal says in the chat, does that force the device to show in Azure Active Directory? Well, it shows in Intune then, that script. I have a script and you guys need one. Yeah, but whatever you can share, it's good. So Fahad says in the chat, sir, for the Intune servers, which ISO did you use? So it's Windows 10 Enterprise. Oh, Fahad, what's your email? I need to add you to the Teams. So I'm gonna send you the link there for Teams. Yeah, got it. Okay, I'll just copy that quickly, and yeah, that's where the videos are as well. So you could just try to follow those videos as well. So I'll quickly add you to this Teams, and Teams has this all these classes as well. I'll quickly do that, and then we're going to go for compliance policies. If it lets me quickly do that. Yeah, it does. So there we go. I'll create this, add a member, and you should get an invitation for it. All right. So just follow that invitation in your email, Fahad, and the person has been added, but it might take a while for them to show up in your member list. Okay. And once you're there, then you should be seeing this. So you should be seeing this, Microsoft blah, 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 and you should be seeing this, blah, blah, blah. And there's 5.4.1. Once you go there, Fahad, also one more thing is, see this, the treasure is hidden in the books icon, this icon. So in many classes, many batches, students just say, hey, sir, I'm here. I don't see anything. Then all the treasure is hidden in this one icon. Microsoft put it this way, and we have to dig out the treasure, right? So all the, okay, anyway. And yeah, files has this, all the videos. So this area. Okay. So let me go back here and where was I? Yeah. Okay. So let's go to the compliance policies. So what are compliance policies and how many of those are there, and which ones are recommended to be implemented? Shall we, well, so shall we just implement all compliance policies, or shall we not, or shall we go for few of them? So it really depends on what you want to implement and what are the common policies there. So I'm just going to go ahead with the endpoint manager. So I'm just inside the M365 admin center, and there is endpoint manager here. So they don't really refer to it as Intune, but obviously it's Intune enabled as well. So endpoint manager, once we go there, then correct account, yeah, Samosa, 7 days. Hey, 1 hour ago it was saying 8 days. Okay, anyway. So we're inside the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. I'll just check that. Is it the correct account? Samosa, yeah, it is. All and so also, so I'm going to go down to this. First of all, I'm going to see the dashboard here, and always make a habit of this because we're going to be enabling Microsoft Defender, or there will be secure score reports that will be actually secure score reports come from this compliance, and then there's security as well. These are the two other areas, dashboards that you should watch daily in your company in the morning when you're having coffee. Just look at those dashboards. So otherwise, this is the dashboard for Endpoint Manager, device enrollment in last 7 days, device compliance. That's what we need to work on now. Device configuration, and also this. And then status, create and assign policies to see the data. Obviously, we haven't assigned a policy, and that's what we're about to do. Intune enrolled devices. Now we have 2 devices here. Yay. Okay. And compliant, obviously, they're compliant with nothing because we did not implement anything. And device configuration profile status. It again comes back to configuration profiles and these two guys. These two guys are the main. This is the first one that kicks in. Then the second one is this that kicks in with a huge set of policies. Okay, so let's go back and then let's go further down to devices. And then we're talking about Windows devices for now. Haven't gone to iOS, iPads, and Mac OS and Android yet, but we're going to go there as well. So Windows, when we go to Windows devices, we should be seeing 2 devices now here. Yep, 2 devices, and this is compliant. So if I go to the device here, Win01 Intune, which is this one. So yeah, this one is Win01 Intune 1 Windows, right? Win01 Intune. Yeah, Win01 Intune. So this is that device. If I go to Win01 Intune here, now there's all these settings that can be done on a machine, on this virtual machine. All these settings could be done on machine as well. So when we go for sync, hey, we've put a new policy and it's not implementing. So we can this pushes the policy or settings to the device, and we press yes, and then that goes on. And then if we are desperate, we're troubleshooting, so we can push from here, and we can also request from here. So it both ways it goes. Then from Intune, it's pushing the policies for this device, and from that device, we are requesting that policy. So that makes troubleshooting much easier when we are doing that. But restart is our best friend in Intune. So it's coming from we learned it the hard way that we've implemented something new, and that has to be there now in that device, ASAP, right? So no matter how many times I do this, so we're requesting through settings. Okay, let's just categorize this settings for Windows. So there's a settings for Windows, and then there's a settings for company portal app. So obviously these are different. So setting from Windows also lets you sync. If I go to accounts, I just showed you now, but I'm just showing you the troubleshooting steps if you have to do, and it's not if you will have to face those if you're going to handle Intune. So there's a sync here and there's a sync here. So 2 ways. Windows is requesting, hey Intune, you have anything? The Intune app itself will be requesting, hey Intune, you have anything? So 2 syncs here, and the one that I showed you back there, that this is the third sync. This is pushing, those are requesting, and sometimes it does not implement still. So then restart is our best friend in Windows. So you just have to restart, ask the user, hey, can you restart? And we've been doing that during COVID, right? Everything was remote. So we were totally dependent on quick assist, sorry. And we were totally dependent on Teams and quick assist, and we were not allowed for Teams viewer and AnyDesk, although AnyDesk is wow, and TeamViewer as well, but it's more stricter than AnyDesk. So yeah, this is push, that is pull, and that's how you troubleshoot. But you ultimately have to go down the path of, hey, user, can you restart, please? And sometimes two restarts, majority of the time, two restarts fixes the issue that you've implemented something and you want to see it now in the device. Keep syncing, and then after syncs are done and it's not there, restart. Then user comes back, you remotely connect, then keep syncing. And when this 2 times syncs are done, you don't see whatever you wanted to implement here, then restart second time. Second time, majority of the time I've seen it just implements right away after that. So that's troubleshooting, and it's kind of not that peaceful or enjoying. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go down to this. It says here hardware configuration of the device. So what this device is, this is actually a virtual machine. So how much RAM and everything, IMIE, and then MEID, and all those IDs. Sometimes you do need that for deploying something. But anyway, this is not a physical device. This is a virtual machine that is showing here. So not much of the ID will be showing. Discovered apps. So it discovers a lot of these services or apps here, whichever Microsoft services are there. But it does discover automatically if you have put more apps there. Although one end user had a Tor browser to go to dark web, and he mentioned that as a joke. Oh, I tested that yesterday. I came here and tried to discover, and I could not. That was not good. So maybe I would need a script for that to specifically search for Tor browsers, right? Okay, anyway, device compliance. This is the area where it does say compliance, and that's a good news, but it just says that it fulfills this built-in device compliance policy. So if I click that built-in device compliance policy, it says, does the user exist? Yes, obviously, user exists in Azure Active Directory. Has a compliance policy assigned? No. Why are we saying this? Green. And is active? I haven't created any compliance policy, and no, it's not active yet, but somehow it thinks that we're all good. Oh, sorry. We did create a compliance policy. So there's a compliance policy. That's why it's saying compliance. Saying, oh, I remember, guys. Last time, actually, we implemented compliance policy, and we created a compliance policy, and then we went through the policy. There's not a lot, but you can see the antivirus, and you can see Microsoft Defender anti-malware, Microsoft Defender anti-malware security intelligence up to date, password expiration. Oh, sorry, we did go through compliance policy. So that's why it's saying that I should see the last video, then come back here. But anyway, we didn't start creating that because we already have a company compliance policy. So again, refer to the last video for that too. So then we should be going for configuration profiles because if we go for compliance policy, so there's not a lot here, but this kicks in first. So if I go to this device and if I go to devices and go to compliance policy, this is what we did last time, right? Compliance policy. So we created one. So once you create that, so if I go to create compliance policy again, select platform, it says, oh, compliance policy for which one? So we went for Windows 10 and later. But other than that, the choice is that it's Android policies you want to create, iOS and Mac OS, or earlier Windows related policies, right? So nothing much here other than this. And if we click create, then it just takes us to this set of policies. What do you want to enable? What you don't want to enable? But we did that last time, just showing that as a refresh, because now we're going to go for configuration profiles. And that's where then, and we have talked about all this TPM, firewall, encryption as well, and then endpoint, defender for endpoint. So this is what we have configured there. I'm just going to close that now. So you will see that compliance policy has the most important things, but that's it. If you click create, it's just going to let you create a different set of the same policies, right? You want to configure something differently for the same policies, you can do that. So that's compliance policies. I'm just going to change that. Let's just go to configuration profiles now. In one more thing here is compliance policies area. Where do I get here from? So devices, and then in the devices, just keep going down to compliance policies in the policy area, right? So once we go to compliance policy, okay, we know how to create a policy, we know how to enable, disable something, right? But then there's notifications here, and notification create or edit notification message templates. So I'm going to create a notification as well, but for what? Obviously email. So notification is for if the device is compliant or not. Compliance notification, compliance notification. And then here, email header include company logo and email footer. If you have uploaded the company logo in Azure Active Directory in the logo area, then yeah, it will show here as well. Company portal website, or it may give a link here to upload again. So I'll just go ahead and check it out. Company portal website link, you can enable that, and then you can give that if you have a company website. Company portal website. So this is company portal. Which company portal? This one. Company portal where apps can show, where pretty much apps and devices can show, and whatever policies and updates were implemented on your device. So it's a pretty crucial app that you have to deploy in pretty much every device, right? Every device you have to implement that. Then you have control over the devices. Next, and the users have the choice to deploy any app. They don't ask you, or if they ask you, you deploy the app and it appears inside the company portal in the apps area. Yeah, apps area is this. So then the user can just go there. Oh yeah, this third app I need. Click, and it installs, right? So that's why it's pretty crucial to deploy that. Now, there's a way to deploy company portal through automatically on all the devices remotely as well. And it will just show up there. So we'll talk about that too. And company portal app, normally it lives inside Microsoft Store. So you have to connect Microsoft Store to Intune Endpoint Manager in order to deploy company portal automatically to all the devices, or you can just download company portal app and deploy it many other ways as well. Anyway, we were on notification for compliance policies and notification messages. So select a locale. Yeah, it's Inglesio. Okay. English United States. Okay. And enter subject device compliance. And this notification we can send to users, right? This notification we can send to users. Suppose hi user, hi CEA user, so Cloud Engineers Academy, CEA user, hi CEA user, your device is non-compliant. So this means that you create a notification for different occasions. And this notification has to be attached and to that area where the device has been found non-compliant and you want to send a custom notification, right? So it's not alerts that the device is not enabled or disabled for admins only. This is custom notifications that you can send to users as well. Your device is non-compliant. Please contact administrator. Actually, it's our administrator. Like there are ways. I mean, when the user is at fault that the device is not compliant. Well, if the user doesn't start the device, or if the user doesn't restart the device, like many users, I'm included. I just flip the cover of the laptop and it freezes the configurations, right? So I do that for two weeks, even or 3 weeks, and then laptop starts or Windows starts doing weird things. So the thing is, you have to ask the user that, hey, user, did you restart the Windows at least once a week or at least once in 3 days? Please restart the Windows. So then it reports to Intune and gets new policies as well. So users don't restart the Windows. So all that in troubleshooting steps, first we ask that when was the last time you restarted? And it says, oh, 1 week ago. Then we say, okay, save everything and restart first. Then we will talk about it. So any issue we start with, because users don't restart and then the issues actually start coming up. Anyway, this is custom notification that you can create, and your device is non-compliant. Please contact administrator. But it's not exactly administrator's fault. I mean, like the user's fault. It's administrator has to see that, right? So, well, I just created a notification, but later we will, I'll show you where to use and create. Right now, we just create some notification, and in different configuration areas, we can actually add those notifications that if the device is found non-compliant, send this notification to the user. And you can actually put some links there that, or just phone number of the Intune admin, or just the email of the Intune admin, or some ticket, create a ticket for, you know. So give some instructions to the users. Hey, my device is non-compliant. Can you please look at it? Because if you put that conditional access policy that the device remains non-compliant for 30 days, more than 30 days, it will be disconnected from, you won't be able to connect to any of the online services of the company. If we go for retire non-compliant devices, so this is obviously if the devices are non-compliant for a number of time, suppose for 1 year, the device is non-compliant. So obviously nobody's using that. So it didn't report to the user. Or suppose there was a new name here. Okay, so it says grant me permission to access. Uh, okay, let I'll check. But here, clear all devices, retire state, retire all devices. So automatically it will tell you that there is no create button here. So if the devices are taking more than some certain amount of time, it's gonna show here that, hey, these devices are non-compliant for too long. And then compliance policy settings. This is going to be very crucial later when we go for conditional access policies to actually restrict the users if their devices are non-compliant. So I'm going to explain that. Let me just explain this now, but let me just check what do I have to permit? I mean, I have permitted. There's no permission thing here. And yeah, well, Fahad, I don't need to grant permission. I mean, once you get the invitation, you're supposed to connect to this Teams. You're supposed to connect to Teams here, right? This, from now on my side, there's no step. But if it says that, you can share the screenshot on the WhatsApp, right? Okay, so guys, let me show a screenshot. Okay, and this is where we are. Now, I'm gonna just change here one thing here. Compliance policy is implemented. Let's go for compliance policy settings. Let's go for configuration profiles. And that's where more action comes. Screenshot. You need permission to access this team or channel. Try contacting the. Oh, that's so yeah, it's this thing. You will need permission to access this team or channel. That's what he's showing. Well, yeah, I have added you, but I think we will have to add you again. So I guess in the
السلام
break
عليكم.
we can do it.
دولة
Yeah.
سنساتو خيرتي جونجو بخيرتي فمن خيرتي تكفل صبحتي تشكرت بخير.
Okay. So yeah, Israr, we heard all your talk, and you were transferring $10 million to your friend. Now we know that, so 5 million is mine, right? Okay. So anyway, Fahad, I think I have to remove your account again and then access it. Yeah, and then send the invitation again, right? So That would be the thing. So we can troubleshoot it in the break then. Let's try to understand, and also you may understand the topic, right? So, okay, we were talking about compliance policy settings, because compliance policy we created already, right? In last class, actually, we created that. So we were talking about policies, notification, retired. So this is compliance policy settings, right? So here, these settings configure the way the compliance service treats devices. Oh, compliance service treats devices. So guys, compliance service, obviously, as I mentioned before as well, is critical, right? When we were talking about this, so the compliance policy must kick in right after the enrollment of the device first time. And when the device starts, compliance policies always kick in, and a compliance policy checks the device always when the device is starting again. So obviously you want to control the behavior of the compliance policy as well. So it just says that how do you want compliance policy to treat your device, right? Each device evaluates these as a built-in device compliance policy, and which is reflected in device monitoring. So built-in device policy, I've already shown you where that is. And if we go to one of the devices, and then inside the device, when inside Intune, and then go to this device compliance, and then this is a built-in device compliance policy that is always there, and it just checks the status. 3 statuses here. Did you create a policy, a custom policy? Yes. And did you make it active? Yes. And is the user active user? It just checks the basic 3 things. It's kind of you can say authentication as well, that the basic policy just checks that, hey, user is there, did you create a policy for this device and it is active? So this is that built-in device compliance policy that you will always see, right, in every device. And it will be, if it is red, then you have big problem. Like you have to have your custom policy there and successfully implemented. And built-in device policy must not be red. So because it checks basic 3 things, and those basic 3 things are not there, or any one of them is not there, your setting for that device in Intune is not good. So then take it as a big deal. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to compliance policy settings. So these are built-in. Okay, each device evaluates these as a built-in device compliance policy, which is reflected in device monitoring. Okay, mark devices with no compliance policy assigned as compliant. So mark devices with no compliance policy assigned as compliant. Seriously. So this is when it's a totally new device and you didn't have the time to implement the compliance policy yet, suppose. So in that case, still mark it compliant, even if there is no compliance policy. Why that is the case? Because suppose you put a conditional access policy there that if the device is not compliant, don't let the user log in at all. So obviously that would be not a good idea, that the user cannot log in initially. Or if the security settings are too strict, you can just put this, that if there is no compliance policy attached, assigned to a device, then mark it as not compliant. And where's that setting? If I go there to the devices, I'm in the devices, obviously. And then I'm going for devices. What am I doing here? Compliance policy, yeah. Devices, compliance policy. Devices, Windows, sorry. Yeah, Windows. So those devices, if they see non-compliant, then obviously they will be, not, if the conditional access policy is there, then they won't be allowed to log in to your Microsoft 365 services. Also, you can go and troubleshoot. So if you go to device compliance here for that particular device, suppose, and you go inside, so this is green, right? But many times you will see here that, okay, not initially, many times, initially, once they are green and no major change happens, then they stay green, right? But when you're trying to add a new device or some old device, you're trying to add, so 1 or 2 would be red. So you have to go inside, suppose password expiration. So you have to click that option. You have to see what's the error code here. Normally it shows an error code here as well, or antivirus is not there. So you have to click that and you have to see that, and you have to connect to that device and resolve this issue manually, because automatically it did try, and if everything else is green and this is supposed red, so this means that automatically Intune could not fix it. So then you have to go inside the device and check that Microsoft Defender antivirus is there or not, right? So that's you have to troubleshoot one by one. So many times we had to troubleshoot that one by one because just one thing was not enabled. BitLocker, require BitLocker. This was the one of the main things that was not enabled. Now this is not applicable because it's a virtual machine. I think it cannot access the TPM, which is a trusted platform module, which is a chipset inside the motherboard, which it can only detect if it was a um, physical device, right? If it's a virtual machine, that's why it says not applicable. So the thing is that you have to go one by one and fix those issues by remotely connecting to the user and fixing that device if anyone is red for some reason. Okay, I'm going to go back here, and we were talking about compliance policies settings here, this one. So yes, do you want, if the compliance policy is not implemented at all, it's okay. Yeah, you can put it as compliant, but it could be, suppose you have 50,000 devices, right? And you really want to know which devices are non-compliant, and that this indication should show that it is non-compliant if the compliance policy is not there. So best would be that if no policy has been added to the device, mark it as not compliant. That would be a better option. You will know right away, oh man, what's wrong with this device? Why is it red? Why is it not compliant? And then you figure out that, oh, seriously, I did not put a compliance policy at all to this. How to put a compliance policy? I'll just make it a duplicate here, tab. So what do you do if you discover that a device does not have a compliance policy? You know what? I could ask that question to you. You'll be stuck. What do you do when you discover that the device does not have a compliance policy? Does anyone know what to do? We did that last class, but anyway, if CP24 is there, then you may not have heard the question. But what do you do when you discover that device does not have a compliance policy and you want to put the compliance policy? Where do you go? What do you do? Anyone knows that? Where do you go and what do you do to add a compliance policy to the device? Yes, exactly. Yeah, nobody said anything. Yeah. So
Go to compliance policy.
Go to compliance policy.
And then there's a compliance policy setting.
Okay, so compliance policy.
Go to endpoint. Go to endpoint security, compliance policy,
Endpoint.
or go to device. Yeah, right there, settings.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
You
and then go to devices.
Okay, so you're still going devices, yeah.
And then compliance policies.
And compliance policy is.
It's called compliance policy settings. That's what it's called.
Where is it? Did you see that here?
No,
in this page?
No, you were there. No, you were there before.
No, I was just following what you were saying, right? So devices, the basic thing is that we need to add a compliance policy to our device. How do we do that? We did that last time. But I would understand, I mean, it's too early to ask that, obviously. So what would we do if the device does not have a compliance policy? Where do we go and what to do? Yeah, basically I'm asking steps here. So what we will do is we will go to compliance policy. Then anyone knows? What do you do? Okay, I'm on a compliance policy. I want this to be added to. So then we go to inside the compliance policy. No, policy is created, right? We just go to properties, and then we go to which security group is added here, right? I want to add a device to a compliance policy. I will add that user to whom the device is registered. That user need to be added to this security group. So if I click edit here, this is just a security group. I mean, from here, I cannot add the user to the security group. Suppose there's a third user now who has a device there. So I'm going to just copy this security group here, right? And then I'll just quickly go to Azure Active Directory and simply just add the user to the Active Directory, and its device, user's device will just be added to. So I'll go to Azure Active Directory here, and then groups here. We have just one group here. Otherwise, you will see a lot of groups here. Oh, don't tell me it's the wrong account. No,
What
it's the
happened?
most account. Okay.
You still have those policies from last week?
Yeah, it should be there. Content failed to load. Something wrong with the very Active Directory. So I'll go to users here. Okay, from the user side, suppose this is the user whose device needs to be added to the compliance policy. So I'm going to go to the user and then to the groups. And oh, so the groups area is somehow not failed to retrieve the blade definition for blah, blah, blah. Require the following modules, fails, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, we add the user to the group, and you know how to add the user to the group. So I'm just going to go back here, but that's a process. You just add the user to a group, which is added to the policy, right? So
Did you sign in? Did you sign in as the user yet or no?
Yeah, it's signed in.
No, user 3.
No, user 3 was never signed in before. So suppose I go to user 2, yeah, it could be a point.
Yeah.
Oh man. So
Could be.
Directory.
Could be.
If I go on user level, so I have user 2, which we did sign in from, and groups.
Check his logs.
No, it's something wrong with Azure Active Directory. It's not opening groups. So whichever data center my instance is, that has some issues with the groups loading. Okay, so anyway, adding to the group, everyone knows that already. So we were talking about this, mark devices with no compliance policy assigned as not compliant. So let's do that, because that's going to be helpful for us. That, but don't do that if you have that conditional access policy where if the device is not compliant, then don't let the user log in at all, right? So enhanced jailbreak detection, this is very good if the device has been jailbroken. So we're talking about the devices. That also includes obviously Windows plus iOS plus Android, right? So normally jailbreak happens for Android and iOS. So the cell phones and tablets, right? So if they are jailbroken, then enhanced jailbreak detection, yes. Please detect if this device is jailbroken. Hey, in our lab environment, uh, I may have old devices there, so I could use them. But yes, I never jailbreak them. Never jailbroke them. My friends do that, but I never went to them to ask to do that. So anyway, but this would be a very good idea to enable, because jailbroken devices would let any kind of app be installed on the cell phone or tablet. And jailbroken devices, obviously, it's against the law to do that, and you're infringing the contract with Apple or Android and you're downloading apps without purchasing the apps, right? So if you're discovered, then if you're caught, that's obviously against the law. So jailbreak, it's enabled. So this means that jailbroken devices cannot be, it will detect, indications that it is jailbroken. Also, then there is compliance status validity period days. So compliance status validity, this is 30 days. So for 30 days, it says here, specify the time period in which devices must report the status for all received compliance policies. So you put a lot of compliance policies. It's going to tell you, yes, antivirus is okay, sir, Mr. Intune. The device reports to Intune, right? And Defender is okay, Intune. BitLocker, I'm a virtual machine, so it's not okay. So I'm reporting to you, Intune. So within 30 devices that do not return status within this time period are treated as non-compliant. So do you want to give them 30 days to communicate at least once? Or if within 30 days they do not communicate with Intune anything, suppose the user is on vacation and the device never started, and so no communication with Intune. Some of our contractors, they don't log in for days, right? So their devices actually, we've sent them the devices, so we monitor those devices, and we then see that, okay, for 30 days, more than 30 days, she or he hasn't connected. So, all right, now I have to, and now this device is non-compliant, so they cannot log in, right? So per user, we can change that as well, that, or just don't put that user in the policy. But the thing is that within 30 days, if the device do not report that all the policies implemented, settings implemented, then the device is considered non-compliant. So these settings are important. I've made changes. I've disabled this or changed this option to not compliant, and I enabled this for jailbreak. So I'm just going to save that now. Okay, so it says saved. Now I'm going to go down to scripts, which is just in preview, but you want to have a script deployed to pretty much all devices in terms of compliance, right? So then you can have that. Suppose you want to have a script that actually the device is not reporting, so the script there would initiate at a certain time schedule and report that, yes, this is the compliance status of the device. So you can do that from here. That is still in preview. Okay, I'm going to go back here. So we talked about in the devices, we went down to compliance policies. The compliance policy itself was already created last class, and this is that compliance policy. So those who haven't created the compliance policy yet can follow the video of the last class, and then you will see how we implemented that. And we went through that. So it's not a lot of stuff here, but all the critical stuff is inside that compliance policy. But let's go to the next one then, because we've covered what compliance policy is. We also know that it implements first, it kicks in first. And on the basis of that, we can actually put some restrictions later as well through conditional access policy, that if devices are compliant, then don't let the user log into Microsoft 365 services. Now, I'm going to go down to this. There's a compliance policy, then conditional access. We will talk about it later, but this is more important, configuration profiles here. So configuration profiles, you can also see group policy here. So those who have been Windows admins, Active Directory admins would know what is group policy. So it even looks like group policy here. Pretty interesting. So here, configuration profiles, right? So configuration profile, that's a long list of settings, and for different scenarios, there are settings. So that becomes very interesting, that how much control Intune administrator has on devices, and what areas of the devices Intune administrator can actually block or secure or make compliant. So I'm going to go for create profile here, and you can see, well, first of all, yes, it's for Windows 10 and later. So, but later we're going to go for Android and iOS and macOS as well. So Windows 10 and later, now you can see, well, okay, not now. Templates, if I go, or settings catalog. So first, if I click the setting catalog, start from scratch and select settings you want from the library of available settings. So that's, well, I don't want to go this way, but I'm going to show you still. If I click create here, and then basics, configuration settings, scope tags, assignments, review plus create. Suppose we go for this settings catalog. So test settings catalog. So that is this, just to explore what does it offer. And it says that configuration settings. With the settings catalog, you can choose which settings you want to configure. Click on add settings to browse, or search the catalog for the settings you want to configure. So there it is. If I click the add settings here, Then you can see here all the settings above lock loading. And if I click that, so it's still loading. It's still, and there you go. So above lock, there are allow Cortana above lock. So suppose you have locked the machine, and on the lock screen, you want have Cortana showing there, and then you want to have toast showing there. Specify whether to allow toast notifications above the device lock screen. Most restrictive value is block. So it's any kind of notification that you want to see. Then there's accounts. When you load that, so obviously it's gonna load all that here. So it's still loading. And it says 4 settings here. Select all the settings you can, or you can go for any of those settings. So you get the idea there. Administrative templates, when we go down, then it takes us down a long path. Right. So that was the actually other option other than configuration settings. There was, that administrative templates or templates settings. Right. So that's where control panel, you want to control anything, and printers and regional languages for any users, desktop related settings, and then Google Chrome. Google Chrome would be more most interesting here because majority of the employees, if company hasn't implemented any browser related policies, then majority of the users actually go for Chrome browser. And a few users in our company went for, no, I want to use Firefox. So then we had to look for Firefox policies, and they were not that developed. Chrome policies are very developed, and we can actually, Intune administrator can deploy Chrome and then control Chrome and control all the add-ons of Google Chrome, because you will need that. Otherwise, you make a policy, hey, nobody can use any browser other than Edge. In my company, I use only use Edge there. It's so good, and I was so against Edge during the training classes. But then I thought that, hey, Edge has improved. Let's just try it, and it's perfect. And it has. But any other thing I open, then I open in Google Chrome, especially to search something. So search is always good with Chrome. But anyway, edge policies, we're going to separately see that in the endpoint security policies. And then there are Google Chrome policies, then LAPS, Microsoft Teams, MS Security Guide, MS Legacy, Network, it goes on. The list goes on. BitLocker related specific policies. But yes, that's the idea about, and wow, Outlook, all the versions, Edge, all the versions, Visio, Publisher, Project. Okay, it's not all version, it's different applications with 2016 written there. Network isolation, you want to isolate something, OneDrive, personalization. So whatever area of user profile and whatever services the user could use from Microsoft, and you want to control those, secure those, and make them compliant with company policies, you name it, it's there, right? Even Wi-Fi, what the user can use. So yes, it's pretty extensive, and you have to then really put down some basic policies there. Hey, yes, it's interesting to see 100 plus policies here, actually 200 plus. So which ones we need to implement basically? We can't just implement all. So I'm just going to close this just to show that the scale of how much control we have and how many type of policies we have. I'm just going to close that as well, because we need to implement at least one policy from configuration profile. Actually, we need to implement one profile or configuration profile. What is a configuration profile? Like what kind of configuration should be there for the device and Windows environment and for application, right? So if I click create profile again, what we could go for is Windows 10 and later, and then we can go for actually templates. That would narrow down for us at least, hey, combination of this must be implemented on the devices, and then we can expand our set of settings and policies according to our company requirements and compliance. So templates, if we go for templates here, then you can see the categories here that which exact templates you would want to install. Custom is also very interesting. You want to go for some Google Chrome related policies or whatever you want. You don't see here in Microsoft environment, and it could be non-Microsoft related. then you go custom there. So we're going to go there as well later. But delivery optimization, so you then check that what is your first priority in a company. Suppose a company says that, hey, come up with a configuration profile. We don't have any. So then what would you want to implement first? Delivery optimization. So what is that? Delivery optimization settings for your devices running Windows 10 or later can help reduce bandwidth consumption when those devices download applications and updates. So do you want to control the bandwidth of the devices that are getting updated from Windows updates or just downloading applications, and it's a big application maybe, and the user is in the office and that he or she is actually taking down a lot of bandwidth, and other users are complaining now that, hey, what's wrong with the internet? While one user is downloading Visual Studio plus something else as well. So you could just put some cap on the delivery of the applications and updates. But that's comes later. I mean, that's not one of the basic policies, but it's important, obviously. Device firmware configuration interface. Whoa. Okay, so we also in the job in the office, we skipped this. Hey, we're gonna check later, but firmware configuration for the device. When you use Intune to manage autopilot devices, so automatically the devices are getting discovered and enrolled in AAD and Intune, right? So there's that you can manage UEFI or BIOS settings after they are enrolled using device firmware configuration interface DFCI. So you can even control the BIOS or UEFI of that. In the BIOS, you can change the boot, which device to boot from, and what is the settings, or virtualization should be enabled or not. Some of the settings in the BIOS, but there are so many settings in the BIOS. So you can actually, try to control those as well. So that's pretty strong when it comes down to even firmware related updates and changes. In Intune, use this feature to control BIOS settings. Typically, firmware is more resilient to malicious attacks. It limits end users' control over the BIOS, which is good in a compromised situation. For example, you use devices running Windows 10 or later in a secure environment and want to disable the camera. So you want to disable camera from BIOS for all the devices or specific devices. So pretty useful. So suppose a user is going to vacation with a company device, and the user says that, hey, I'm not going to be connecting to any meetings and conferencing from that other country, but I will still connect to our environment. So now user is outside the country in any kind of restaurant, or so they're all insecure environments. So you want to disable the camera if you want. So, or for any other reason, security reasons, you can disable the camera at the firmware layer, so it doesn't matter what the end user does. Reinstalling the OS or wiping the computer won't turn the camera back on. In another example, lock down the boot options to prevent users from booting up another OS or an older version of OS. So there are many useful things you can do with controlling firmware. Disable the camera, or just put that, Windows older than 1903 cannot be installed. You can put it on a firmware level. So when the user is installing Windows, it won't let the user install Windows. So pretty useful as well. Device restrictions, then it comes down to this, and that's device restrictions. Yes, we would go for this one. Intune includes device restriction policies that help administrators control Windows devices. This restriction lets you control a wide range of settings and features to protect your organization's resources. For example, administrators can set up a minimum password length and block simple passwords. So they also say that consider going to endpoint security to create an endpoint security profile or security baseline profile to configure your common endpoint protection security features. Endpoint security profiles provide a concise, curated. So yeah, they're saying that, hey, there are some security settings here that are also here, right? So you want to concentrate on security only, then better go to endpoint security. That better covers your security of the devices, right? But you don't want to implement anything from there, and whatever configuration profile is offering, then do that, right? So device restrictions, Windows 10 team. So that is Intune includes device restriction policies that help administrators control Windows 10 team devices. These restrictions let you control settings and features to protect your organization's resources, such as controlling the display of meeting information on the welcome screen or preventing waking the screen when someone enters the room. So even Windows Teams related settings are there. Domain joined devices. You want to, many environments use on-premises AD when AD domain joined devices and also joined devices. They are called hybrid. So this is for hybrid settings using Windows Autopilot. You can enroll hybrid Azure AD joined devices in Intune. To enroll, you also need a domain join configuration profile. So you can, if you want to join devices that are already joined to your local Azure Active Directory, on-premises Active Directory, they're already joined to that, and you want to join to Azure as well. So you can use this feature. Addition upgrade and mode switch. So you want to just upgrade Windows 10, 11. You want to actually block that or actually let it happen. So you can use this. And for email configuration, configure an email server, SSL communication, and other built-in email settings through Intune. Seriously. So then endpoint protection. So this is also, we implemented that endpoint protection because we were really concerned about end user devices. They're all connecting from home with whatever settings they want. So thankfully, after 6 months to 8 months of continuous push, we were able to implement a lot of stuff on end user. Pretty much we implemented everything, not everything. So with Intune, you can use device configuration profiles to manage common endpoint protection security features on Windows devices, including firewall, BitLocker, Defender, and encryption. See, this is also available in compliance policies. And this is also available here. So, and wherever it says security, then it recommends that go to endpoint security if you want to go for security, right? So identity protection, this is also obviously then Windows Hello or business settings. And again, it recommends go to endpoint security. So we're going to explore endpoint security for protection related, but what are we here for then in configuration profiles? That's what we are exploring, but what are the options here? Kiosk, if you want to go for kiosk mode, where users just, there's no dedicated user there, and passerby in public, they want to use the kiosk and the computer they want to use. So you want to restrict the computer, that computer which is used for public, offer for public, then this whole setting will help you restrict, put some restrictions there. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint desktop devices running Windows 10 or later. So this is where Defender for Endpoint needs to be implemented, onboarding, offboarding on the Windows devices. But endpoint security, again, it's a recommendation, but we can implement from here as well. So we're going to implement some of those, but right now just exploring that how many types of services are available within the configuration profiles, right? So network boundary here. So when using Microsoft Defender Application Guard and Microsoft Edge, you can protect your environment from sites that aren't trusted by your organization. This feature is called a network boundary. It allows you to add network domains, IPv4, v6 ranges, proxy servers, and more to your network boundary. Items in this boundary are trusted. So it just says that, hey, you want to add, suppose you have 3 branches there, Toronto branch, New York branch, Tokyo branch, Tokyo. Seriously, you know that money heist? So maybe some of you are not seeing that, but seriously, get out Tokyo. Okay. Anyway, so network boundary here, and so this is just to add trusted locations, right? Add trusted locations. So for that, you will just define a subnet. Okay, my Toronto branch has 10 subnet, 10.0.0 or 10.1.1.0 subnet, and 10.1.2.1 subnet, 10.1.2. So it could be any of those subnets. And these are the IP ranges, and that's the location. So you can go define network boundary here as well. PKCS certificate, set up public key pair PKCS certificate to enable certificate-based authentication in your org. Certificate-based authentication would be used in VPN when your end users are connecting from VPN. So yes, certificate-based authentication would be used. I also, for Azure VPN, I have implemented Azure Gateway there. And so it's certificate plus Azure user account authentication, two authentications we use. PKCS imported certificate, so any kind of set up imported public key pair. So public certificates or private certificates, you want to use SCCP certificates, the simple certificate enrollment protocol to enable certificate-based authentication. So it's all about certificate-based extra authentication, secure assessment, education. So this is just education profiles in Intune are designed for students to take a test or exam on devices. This feature includes the Take a Test app and settings to add a test URL, choose how end user sign into the test, and more. Well, that's pretty cool that you can give the end users a device or students the device that is fully controlled and secured, and you know so then you can use it for the exams. Shared multi-user device, and that is devices that have multiple users are called shared devices and are common part of mobile device management MDM solutions. Using Microsoft Intune, you can customize shared devices running the following platforms: Windows 10 Professional and newer, Windows 10 Enterprise and newer, Windows Holographic for business, such as the HoloLens. So yeah, if suppose it's a library device, suppose it's day shift and afternoon shift and night shift, users connecting to same devices. So what kind of restrictions you want to put on that device? Trusted certificate, import the trusted root certificate from your certification authority and assign it to devices that use SCEP and PKCS certificate. So again, you want to implement the whole PKCS certificate related authentication related environment. So this is also used for that. VPN. So create and configure a VPN connection to your org's network. So you can actually push, suppose there are hundreds of users that are connecting through VPN. So through configuration profile, as soon as it hits the device, it can actually create a user account with already configured VPN settings. Now, does it work for third party or is it just for Microsoft? Most probably it's just for Microsoft. But yes, you can push the VPN client and VPN configurations in a Windows 10 or Pro and Enterprise devices as well. And set up a Wi-Fi network for people to access. So yep, you want to set up a Wi-Fi network. Suppose domain profile is allowed, public and private are actually disabled. So actually public and private are more restrictive. So domain profile is when you are inside a branch secure network, then you have domain profile, right? Public is actually more restrictive because you're in public and you're in an untrusted network. And private is when you're at home, or again, you can still use that for company as well. So Windows health monitoring, yeah, you want to enable that automatically, remotely from and within all the devices to report some monitoring or monitor the CPU performance or RAM performance, or this device is up or device is not communicating at all. So all kind of monitoring you can configure through Intune to the devices. And then wired network, set up a wired network for people to access. So maybe you want to have some kind of specific configuration for the wired network. So that's a lot of settings to implement here. And what we can do is I'll go for endpoint restrictions there for configuration profile, because first compliance policy kicks in, then configuration profile. But we can put condition access anywhere before the configuration profile and after compliance policy later. Again, so endpoint protection is this one, and device restrictions. So I'm going to go for endpoint protection and click that. Once we click the create button, then it's test endpoint restriction, and then we go for next. So you can see That's a long list of policies, but what do you want and what do you don't want? And why would you want a certain type of policies? That would be the question. And there's that long list of policies here that would you really want it and what is it? Now, I and my junior admin, once we were going through that policy, so we had to connect for 1 or 2 hours and then go for this, like, application guard. What is it? Why do we use it? Do we use it or not? Or, Microsoft has also configured and not configured some of it. So there are some Microsoft recommendation related settings, and they haven't configured anything and left on you to implement. So we're going to go through this, that what should be implemented, what is it, whatever we can, because there are some more requiring more technical depth, and we could only see some of the basics of that. But we should know that when you're about to implement something, what are you exactly implementing, and what kind of results or consequences it will have. So we had to go through all that and study some of it as well, what exactly it is and what does it do. Then we implemented the whole configuration profile. But obviously, you have to go through this when you are implementing that. So that's why we're going to go through this after these messages, after the break. Okay. So we're going to continue from here. Let's take a break. And 11:48, so 20-minute break. Let's just take it and come back after Aziz. So we're going through configuration profiles. Okay, break. So start. So all right. Uh, okay. Now, here we were talking about the types of configuration profiles we have, and so we just went for the create profile, and then there was a long list of profiles there that we can implement. So so first we went for compliance policies, and now we're going for configuration profiles. And in the configuration profiles, we have gone through the categories. So I'm just going to click the create profile, select profile, and then we're going to go for Windows 10 and later. And also if we go to settings catalog, it's just going to show you all the nearly 200 policies there that you can implement. But templates, it just takes us category wise, and then we can choose what we can implement, what we need to implement, and what we don't need to. So I'm going to go for this identity protection. That's what I was thinking. And endpoint protection. And other is device restriction. So I'm going to go for endpoint protection here. Well, we implemented that as well. We also were thinking that, okay, what do we implement? What do we implement? And then what seemed logical to protect the devices that are connecting from homes, and we don't know if they're even at home. Maybe they are connecting from Starbucks, so even more insecure. So we had to really put and push all the toughest policies that are available by Intune and Microsoft Defender, right? So I'm gonna click that endpoint protection, and then I'm gonna click create here. And so the configuration profile name is test configuration profile, and it's endpoint protection, right? So but later we can implement something else. So we can just type here instead of configuration profile, or type here instead of that's some other thing. So that's how we're going to create multiple configuration profiles. Then I'm going to go for some Chrome related policies as well. For that, then we have to go towards implementing apps as well, and then app security for Windows. So the first is endpoint protection. I'm just going to click next here, and then there are configuration settings.
Amir, did you explain settings catalog?
Configuration settings, settings template.
No, settings catalog.
Yeah, we went through this and we talked about it in detail.
In
But
three words or less, can you explain what settings catalog was?
oh, you were not there at that time.
No.
Come
I'll
on,
look back
man.
at the video, but you know, let's. What does it mean?
No, but I explained it and you were not there, right?
Yeah,
I'm just enjoying this right
busy.
now.
Yeah, I know you're enjoying this. Yeah.
No, but the thing is, like, you know, you should be there when I'm explaining.
I unfortunately
So,
had some things to take care of, but
so
profile
10 and
type.
later, and then settings catalog, this one, right?
What? Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, it's just catalog of all settings. So if I show you, you will see it and understand right away. So
Right?
just it's just all the settings without any category.
Hold on, Amir. So with the
Huh?
settings catalog, you can choose which settings you want to configure.
Yeah. So no, but the thing is, what's the difference between this and what I was doing after that is that it's without any category, browse by category. It says there, but those are just lined up here in a long list of policies after policies after policies. And the other one has, yeah. So other one has actually
this one, yeah.
Yes, templates. So it has further categories here for the same policies that were lined up there with a long list. So they just created more categories there. It's pretty much the same thing, but with categories and templates.
I used this before.
Ah, cool. That's good. Okay, so we were talking about this endpoints protection and then create, and then there is the test dash configuration profile, and then dash here endpoint security. So endpoint protection. And that's what we selected. If I click the duplicate tab, oh, okay. It's just a duplicate tab where I just want to check devices, configuration profiles, and create profile, and then templates. So it was endpoint protection. Yeah, I just wanted to check the name here, and I'll just go back. So endpoint protection, and then click next. So we were talking about all those policies here, and the Microsoft Defender application guard. If you want to implement that, so it says here this profile will install a Win32 component to activate application guard. So guard for applications. End users will need to restart the targeted devices to complete the successful installation and application of this profile. So application guard, it does say about something about that, but if enabled for Edge, application guard opens unapproved sites in Hyper-V virtualized browsing container. So that's pretty cool thing that if you enable that, what will happen is, okay, I'll click learn more. But you know, we have the in Windows 10, Windows 8 also, we had a feature of Hyper-V inside. So if I just go in the search, but it's not gonna just show me now here. But here, Hyper-V, you can actually turn on in control panel the feature of Hyper-V. So Hyper-V is just like VMware Workstation in Windows 10, and you can create a virtual machine inside. So this application guard, what it does is that it will open any unapproved sites. So it says here, unapproved sites will be opening inside a virtual machine, which will be created inside Hyper-V. So actually not a virtual machine, it's going to be a container. Container is much, much smaller and easier to pop up. And so it's just saying that application guard will open that if you want. So in our company also, we first of all, if you install Hyper-V and then a container, normally end user machines are already slow and they open Teams. Teams take a lot of CPU and RAM, and the browsers take a lot of CPU and RAM. So users are always complaining about computer being slow. And then if we implement that extra security measure, so first of all, our computers should be loaded with CPU and RAM, and then we can install Hyper-V, and then it will open a site, unapproved site in. So this whole thing, well, we did not implement that. We didn't see the need for that because if there are unapproved sites users are going to, there are many other ways in Microsoft Defender to detect them and report to us that this user is going to that site and this site as well. Or we can just deny letting user going to certain types of sites. That's also a feature, but this would require more CPU and RAM, and that's why. But what it does is that it will open a container inside Hyper-V and will open that site for you there. So that's overall what it does. But up to you. Many of the friends I asked also, they didn't implement this in their companies, but it's there if anyone wants to open the unapproved sites in some, not in this laptop or the user's end point device or laptop, but in a secure environment within a container or a virtual machine. So this is up to you. You want to enable that or not, but yet then have to configure for all the laptops. Suppose you have 10,000 laptops there, then you have to remotely then enable all that Hyper-V, deploy Hyper-V on all the devices, and then make sure that their RAM and CPU is better. Maybe 24 GB or 32 GB RAM, and i7 quad-core processors. Then you should go for that. Microsoft Defender Firewall. This is pretty common. And global settings. Configure Microsoft Defender Firewall settings applicable to all network types. So file transfer protocol, if you are transferring files, if you have installed some kind of FTP, like Qt FTP is very common, right? Any kind of file transfer protocol files here or applications here you've installed, so you want them to be connected securely. So then you can just implement that, or Microsoft Defender Firewall should check that what kind of file transfer protocol connection is leaving from your laptop. So you want to it's not configured, but you can block FTP as well. Suppose you don't want any user to be transferring files from their laptops through an FTP protocol, then you can block it as well. So it's well, yeah, users can do that, but don't allow users to install, right, anything. So if I go there, then this user is not supposed to be an admin, right? So if I go, so what user am I logged in from? It is, if this responds today, yeah, this laptop is actually 16 GB, and yeah, so this is a user account, and is this user local admin as well? So if I just right click here to this PC and then go for manage or properties, manage, and then go for well, wow, it's too slow. I'll just put I'll suspend the other machine. So I could get more RAM. Okay, seems like it's working on it. Seriously. So what I wanted to show was, yeah, here local groups and local users in groups, and then in groups and in administrators, that it should not be in administrator here. Here's as oh, it is actually an administrator here. So that's not good. Now, some of the settings inside Intune and Azure Active Directory may have been enabled that has enabled this user as a local administrator of this device as well, right? So that's not recommended because now this user can install anything, and so that's not good. I have to check where did this happen that this user became it. This was automatically added to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Amazon 1. Amazon 1 is not an admin, it's an end user. Why is it inside local administrator? So there's a setting here that actually doesn't let users. So I'm just deviating away from here because this means that user 2 might be also an administrator, a local administrator, if user 1 has been automatically made, because I did not add this user 1 to local administrator. So that setting is in Azure Active Directory, but now I have to do a little search on this. There are so many settings there. If I go to devices and then so it's gonna make any user local admin by default. And I think, oh, this is in a compliance policy as well. So let me just quickly jump onto compliance. There are actually multiple areas where if you keep it enabled or you specially enable it, then the user will be made administrator of the local device as well. So, and that's what we don't want. So I'm just going to go check quickly. Otherwise, after the class, I'll quickly check because sometimes policies are in so many areas. And if I go to compliance policy, first of all, and go to properties. So require BitLocker, require password. So this is the compliance settings for the compliance policy that we created last week. And does it say anything about administrator here? No. So these are all the configured policies it's going to show. I want to see what non-configured policies are there. So for that, I need to go edit. And I'll check anything about administrator, device health, device properties. Is it making any Azure end user and administrator of the device? Because there in Azure Active Directory also there's a setting there that does that. So I'll just expand all and type and Control F this page. Oh, Control F this page to search administrator. Seriously, it's not Control Fing. I want to search on the, oh, okay. So there's another way to search. No, they haven't given the filter option here, but I don't see administrator being enabled here. That please make that as an administrator of this device. But I'll try to check it in the break or I'll just Google it. But yeah, it's not showing in the compliance policy. I'll go for Azure Active Directory and the device settings. Require multi-factor, join Azure, register, how this setting works. 5 devices, additional local administrators on all Azure AD join devices. I remember not, yeah, I didn't click anything. Who should be the additional administrators of on all devices? So yeah, I never configured that. So it could be a policy in Intune. So seriously, but those users are not supposed to be automatically administrators, and it's inside a policy. Otherwise, I have a script that will simply remove anyone from the local administrators of every device that I have already implemented in my in my company. So anyway, this is a task I need to do, and if anyone else knows that, can also share. But the task is that how to not let any uh, Azure AD end user automatically become his or device administrator administrator. So this is a task that needs to be done. I'll check it out. I'll Google it, and weekend I'll share in WhatsApp if I find one. Uh, but the end user must not be a local device administrator, right? Device administrator. Um, the user must not be added in the device local administrators group by default. That's the objective. Okay, we'll search and see. Yeah, task. Hopefully, before next class, it is found, or I'm sure it's a Google search away. So we'll do that. Okay, now we're continuing with this at the local device. We were talking about here file transfer protocol. Yes, you want to block user or allow users, up to you. I am actually using a FTP on my Office device there because I need to transfer some files from one site to another. So I would not put that policy on my laptop app actually. Obviously, so you have to be careful that there are some employees who are using FTP. Then there is security association idle time before deletion. So this is just security associations are deleted after network traffic is not seen for this number of seconds. So a security association is just that the device is securely identified, that is it our device in the network, and after this much time, if the device is not connected to the network, security association is also removed, or a record of that this, yes, we trust this device and it is our known device. That record is gone from logs. So we don't need to really configure it if you don't want any kind of extra security there. Pre-shared key encoding. Again, there are so many things for so many scenarios that users would then really think that do we even need it or not. So that's one of those, and there will be many, there will be coming, that will be coming if you are going through specific scenarios. So pre-shared key is just that you put a security key somewhere, and then later you want another device to be connected or another app to be connected to that first app or first device. So then there's a pre-shared key that need to be put there. So I'm going to click that learn more here, and it then takes us to this page. This page is about cloud service provider, CSP settings here, right? So those CSP settings, it's going to take us a lot to this page. And sometimes even this page does not really explain the key. It is supposed to explain, then we have to Google it, like what exactly is it, and do we even need it or not? So for specific scenarios, obviously pre-shared keys would be used. And if it's between connectivity of two applications, so normally the application procedures or manuals also tell us. Unless we really need it, we don't really enable it. So IPsec exemptions, and that is configure specific traffic to be exempted from performing IPsec. So IPsec protocol actually, IPsec protocol makes sure that when we are having a site-to-site connection or user-to-site connection, is that connection secure? Are we being hacked? Or the connecting device source connecting device is legit, and is it not hacker? So IPsec is a pretty good protocol for security protocol for any traffic on transit, moving traffic, and connectivity. So it checks from all angles if our connection is being hijacked. So do you want certain data to be exempted, certain moving data over the network to be exempted from IPsec? So it's up to you. You want to select that or not. What kind of ICMP data is just ping, router discovery data, or both IPv4, v5, DHCP traffic? So obviously some of this is very critical. So it's up to the network admin, or you can just put it to the, suppose you have a separate network admin, you can put that, hey, do you want to block something over the network that is moving? So this is pretty useful traffic, but unless you want to discovery traffic to be blocked. So Intune really shows all those. And then certificate revocation list verification. So this is just if you have put some certificate from DigiCert or any other public key certificates or private certificates. So revocation list should be available for the certificate authority or CA. So these are some of the scenarios where really suppose one device certificate has been revoked. Now that device cannot connect through VPN to Azure or to the company. So that revocation list should be in the device or not. Obviously, it should be in the device as well. Device should know right away while they're trying to connect to VPN that their certificate has been revoked, and if it is revoked, they cannot connect. Right. So that kind of information can be placed there in the device through Endpoint Manager. Opportunistically match authentication set per keying module. So set keying modules to ignore the entire authentication set if they do not support all authentication. Seriously. So there are some certification authentication scenarios. So hackers also use that if there are some loopholes there. So you have to just do a lot of dig down into some of these features where some are easily understandable, others are more complicated. So if you want to enable, then you can open some documentation for that and check it out. Packet queuing specify how scaling for the software can be received on the receive side is enabled for the encrypted receive and clear text forward for the IPsec tunnel gateway scenario. This ensures that packet order is preserved. So this again network level security, and packets are coming from the device to and from the device. So they are traveling in order. So again, if you have gone through some you've done some research on the packet queuing and you have some Cisco background as well, you could just configure this as well. But the thing is that data doesn't drop this way if you want to do that. But normally routers and switches have also configured this. So configure Microsoft Defender firewall settings applicable to specific network types. So this is interesting. Which profile? You can see these three profiles there, right? So domain profile in a Windows 10, private profile, and public profile. So and where they are here in this. So if I go for firewall here in the device, okay, so it's just too slow. I will have to, I guess, restart this, but this is firewall, and you go for oh man, seriously, this device is too slow. So yeah, firewall has three profiles. We all know that. I'm just going to restart this because it's been suspended for too long. Okay, there's a firewall. And inbound rules, there it was. So if we go for domain profile, private profile, and public profile. So right now it's on for this device, right? On, and on. So it depends on then in the endpoint protection that what do you want configured, and just for the domain profile, Microsoft Defender Firewall, you want to enable that. It's already enabled, and why it is already enabled? I think it's thanks to the compliance policy here. The firewall is in here. There you go. So compliance policy has already enabled firewall. So that is enabled, but configuration profile here, that would show more in-depth settings, and that compliance policy will simply turn on firewall with all the default settings. But here you can just make more changes in configuration profile. So one more thing, one more point here is that if I go to compliance settings and edit it and go to system security where the firewall is, or yeah, firewall, you can see not much here. Enable, require, or not configured, right? So compliance policy makes sure that basic recommended security and compliance policies or settings are implemented or not. But if you want to go in depth and configure those basic major security settings, then you go to endpoint protection and actually go in depth with that. So it says that, yes, I want firewall enabled. If you enable here as well, then all those features also get enabled. Although compliance policy has enabled firewall, this configuration profile also says that, yes, enable. So if it finds it enabled, then it's going to make sure that whatever changes we make here will be implemented. So compliance policy does not go in depth. Configuration profiles do go in depth, right? So that's the difference between the two. And that's why, and also with compliance policy enabled, it will deploy the Defender antivirus as well, but antivirus details you can go to endpoint security. How do you really want it to work? So at that point, so stealth mode here for firewall, if not configured, the server operates in stealth mode. Firewall rules used to enforce stealth mode are specific to your implementation. And it says stealth mode here, but when we disable some Boolean value, when this option is false, the server operates in stealth mode. The firewall rules used to enforce stealth mode are implementation specific. The merge law for this option is to let the value of the group policy. So it does not exactly tell us what is stealth mode, but what you can do with the policy here when you go to learn more here, right? So if we go for Azure configuration profile endpoint protection, stealth mode, right? So settings you can manage with Intune Endpoint Protection, and that's the docs.microsoft.com. And hopefully it does not take us exactly where we were, where it does not actually tell us what is this. Actually it does. So CSP policies are, where's that control F here? Seriously, I think it's here somewhere and I cannot see that. Control F, which is, oh, it's there, seriously, down here. Okay, so stealth. Yeah, there's a stealth mode. And firewall is blocked from operating in stealth mode. Blocking stealth mode allows you to also block IPsec secured packet exemption. So this means that stealth mode is actually checking all the packets and their details for any kind of suspicious activity there, and allow the firewall operates in stealth mode, which helps prevent responses to probing requests. Okay, that's the purpose of stealth mode here. The firewall operates in stealth mode, which helps prevent responses to probing requests. So somebody is trying to do a probe in the network, like somebody's trying, suppose somebody has opened up ping and trying to know that through ping utility, how many machines are connected to the network. And that ping request is, or probing request, or that I want to know how many devices are there, what's the name of the devices, which devices are up and which devices are down. So that kind of probe going on. So stealth mode would actually respond and prevent it. So it's more security, and that's what it really tries to show, that what is stealth mode, right? So I'm just gonna go back. So stealth mode enabled, it's going to stop your probing and search of something over the network, right? Searching of something. Now here, IPsec secured packet exemption from stealth mode. So suppose IPsec is actually searching or securing your packets, and stealth mode is on also. So exempt IPsec processes from being prevented. That's what it means here. Again, it's more in-depth security that endpoint protection shows you, and same or even more would be offered here in endpoint security separately here as well. Then shielded here, if this setting and the firewall setting are both enabled, all incoming traffic will be blocked. So this setting here, shielded, just simply shields the network from any traffic. So allow or block So firewall blocks it and shield also blocks it. So all the traffic will be blocked. Even the exemptions will be blocked. Normally firewall does what? Whatever application is exempted, that traffic goes through the firewall, right? And other traffic is blocked. So shielded just simply goes for that, blocking all the traffic. So unicast responses to multicast broadcast. If you have load balancing going on, then what kind of traffic you want to enable and what type you want to block. So again, load balancing, if there is either not configured, so load balancing device itself will handle all that, but you want to prevent some of the load balancing traffics, then you can enable here. Inbound notifications, so block notifications from displaying to users when an application is blocked from listening on a port. So if application wants to tell the user, hey, I cannot listen to a traffic that is coming here or listen to a port, so you don't want the user to even know that an application is being denied trying to listen to a port to grab traffic or to connect to a connection. So anyway, it goes really in depth with what security you want in the domain profile. Default action for outbound connections, and that is what you want for the outgoing traffic from the device, right? So configure the default action firewall performs on outbound connections. The setting will get applied to Windows 18 or 9 and above. So you want to apply this, that what would you want to do with the outbound? So do you want to block outbound traffic? Do you want to allow outbound traffic or not configured? Same for the inbound traffic. Do you want to allow or block inbound traffic to and from the machines? So rule merging here, authorized application Microsoft Defender firewall rules from the local store. So apply authorized firewall rules in the local store to be recognized and enforced. So the thing is that Azure Microsoft Defender can apply all the firewall rules so suppose you have configured something inside the firewall here. There's so many rules that you can configure. Inbound rules you can go for. If you try to create one inbound rule and new rule here, and whatever rules have been implemented for outgoing inbound traffic specifically, so those should be respected by Microsoft Defender as well. So which port should be enabled, what program should be allowed, and all these and custom rules if you go for. So it goes for what programs and what ports, what scope, what action needs to be taken, what kind of profile you have created there. So all that. So whatever firewall has implemented, then Microsoft Defender, please respect that and let it get implemented as well. So these are allow Microsoft Defender to respect firewall rules or not allow, because for Microsoft Defender also you can dictate what kind of firewall configurations should be implemented and what not. IPsec rules from the local store and apply connection security rules from the local store regardless of schema or connection security rule versions. So it's just going a bit more in depth that whatever IPsec local device rules have been implemented, please Microsoft Defender implement or respect them as well and let it happen. So these are some of the firewall related rules for domain profile, where and domain profile is always workplace profile, right? And if you go for private, it's pretty much the same exact thing. Private is discoverable network. Whatever network is discoverable, home network is discoverable, or any other network is discoverable. So do you want to implement more strict more restrictions there? And public also pretty much the same configurations here as well. So within firewall, what exactly you want configured, you then come to configuration profile for that. To turn on the firewall or off, you go to compliance policy. To go in depth with firewall settings, you go to configuration profiles. And it's not just firewall, any other settings as well, right? So firewall rules, create Microsoft Defender firewall rules. One endpoint protection profile may contain up to 150 rules. So you want to create some Microsoft Defender firewall rules. And if I click the add button here, so there are this area here, there is, and then there's configured inbound, outbound, action, allow or block, network type, domain, private, public. So it's pretty much, and then local addresses. So it goes down, remote connections you want to specify or not. You want to allow remote connections, TCP, UDP, custom, and then interface. So you can implement firewall rules for all devices of your network this way as well, like add firewall rules, right? So it can go ahead with this. So you can see that Intune Endpoint Manager is so powerful for protecting devices. Then comes the Microsoft Defender Smart Screen and a Smart Screen for apps and files. So enable Smart Screen for file execution and running apps. Hey, which app are you allowing to run in your device and which apps you don't want? So Smart Screen normally blocks any .exe file execution, right? So I hope I have the smart screen enabled here. So if I go smart screen, so basically what a smart screen does is to allow or not allow any type of type of app, right? Oh, okay. Disable secure Windows security. Windows security does not open in my laptop here, but a smart screen just allows or disallows. If I enable that smart screen here, then unverified file executions. Then if you want to block that, so whatever files are unverified will be blocked from being executed. So .exe files, .batch files, .bat, .com files, some of them are executable. .msi files, you can execute those files and enable or install something, right? So so you want to implement it from through endpoint protection, smart screen, and it's not giving you a lot of options here. And it's a good idea, but endpoint security might also implement that. I'm also going to check one more thing in compliance policy here. If smart screen is already enabled here or not. No. So if I go here again, smart screen. So when it comes to compliance policy, no, not all options are enabled, or it's not going to search if it's inside the page search, right? So I'm just expanding all, and I'll just go for this again. No, there's no smart screen. So this means that it has enabled Microsoft compliance policy has enabled the main applications, right? So firewall, TPM, antivirus, anti-spyware. But when they enable, they might enable smart screen as well, which in turns, starts blocking some common file types from being executed, like .exe file cannot be executed. So I don't see smart screen anywhere here. So this means that it could be in the background. So I'm just going to go back to configuration profiles here. Microsoft Defender Smart Screen. So if Microsoft Defender itself was enabled here, Defender by compliance policy, because it just goes for, Microsoft Defender for endpoint is require the device to be at or under the machine risk score. So it just gives a risk score. This is implemented, this is not implemented. And then I'm in the compliance policy right now, not configuration profile, right? Just to compare that, what do you see in compliance policy and what do you see in configuration profile? So prerequisites, defender, next steps. Okay, I just wanted to check that. Does it show all the policies? So compliance policy will enable major security policies there. And this is going in depth. So security smart screen, it is painful sometimes. You want to really execute, even if you suppose some end user says that, hey, I want to install this application. Can you help me? The administrator connects there and it tries to double click. So administrator connects from his or her admin profile, admin user account, right? For that application to be deployed. Right click, open as administrator, and goes to that. But then .exe will not open if smart screen is enabled. .exe will not be opening even from administrator profile. administrator also cannot open unverified executions if smart screen is enabled. So I had that very bad experience, and I had to disable the smart screen temporarily and then execute one application that we know that it's secure, but that file type was not allowed. So anyway, smart screen is pretty good for end users protection. So, oh, what is this exe file from WhatsApp that I downloaded? And double click and capiche, hacked. So malware is in action. Ransomware has been unleashed by an end user without knowing. So if there was a smart screen, that exe file would not be allowed to be open even, right? So Windows encryption, that encryption. So compliance policy here has encryption settings enabled. So just require encryption of data storage and device. So there's a full encryption section here for in compliance policy. I'm comparing compliance with configuration profile, right? So encryption, actually, that's just one section, one only thing is there, and I didn't even enable that. So require encryption of data storage on device. So wow, it's the same thing there repeated here as well. A little more explanation. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You want the device to be encrypted? Yeah. Our company laptops are all encrypted and we cannot use USB, right? So USB transfer data is not possible in our company laptop. So and we did not specifically disable USB connecting to our laptops, but we enabled some of the policies, and disabling USB connectivity was by default enabled in the policies. So we discovered, oh man, we didn't actually see that, and we didn't get an approval. Hey, shall we disable USB? But it was disabled. So that's something we went ahead, and management said, yeah, it's okay. Because we didn't download anything from online as well, right? Yeah, you're saying?
Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, there's two plans for that, P1 and P2, if I'm not mistaken.
Microsoft Defender has two plans?
Yeah, for Endpoint.
Yeah, so
With an E3 license, right?
uh-huh.
Say there's a P1 and P2.
Oh yes, lesser features and more features. We are connected to E5 right now.
Have
So
it
it has
automatically.
all the features, yeah.
Can we show the class where to find that so that they know what's going on?
Where the find Microsoft Defender plans?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we are E5, so we have the full plan here.
No,
But
if we
yeah,
go to Admin Center.
oh, okay. You want to see that?
Yeah.
Admin Center and go to billing and licenses, or where do you want me to go? So E5 related Microsoft Defender plans will be there. Otherwise, if we compare Microsoft Endpoint security plans here, Defender for Office 365 security overview and Defender for Endpoint. Microsoft Defender plans only, it just comes with the security. That's where Defender Portal Trials Hub. If I go there, oh yeah, that's where it mentioned the plans here.
Plan 1 and
you
plan
know,
2.
weekend features Microsoft 365 Defender for plan 2 for free. Use the 92. Yeah, so there's plan. Yeah, there you go. So yes, plan 1 is there in plan 2. If you pay less, you get plan 1. You pay more, you get plan 2.
Companies who use 3 and not E5 are gonna
yes,
that.
yes.
Get what I'm
Different
saying?
companies was different according to their budget or
according to
how
the
they want.
budget. That's right.
Yeah, you're right. So there's actually exchange. There are plan 1 and 2 as well. There are plan 1 and 2s for many other services as well that you want to release more features or all features. Some features or all features. So definitely so there's that plan. And if we go to details here, yeah, there you go. So plan 1 has safe attachments, safe links, safe attachments, Microsoft Teams, anti-phishing, real-time detections. And plan 2 have what plan 1 have, plus threat trackers, threat explorers. Yep. So these would be definitely this would be the information
by default for us in a training environment, where we all have E5, I'm assuming,
Yeah,
in this class.
this is what we have.
We should all have plan 2.
Yeah, we have plan 2, and we're gonna check it out because every user is given one, right? So in the users, we can see that.
That's correct. Yeah,
on
that's
the
what I was
side.
going to show you before. Exactly.
So that's Microsoft Defender plan 1 and plan 2
Very important.
details. Okay. So here, if we go back and go to subscriptions and then active users and then any user with E5.
That's right.
So that would show in the license and apps, and then in apps. No, somewhere here, yeah. I'll just keep going down, and Defender plan should be there.
That's it.
Which Microsoft 365 Defender is only there, but it does not show.
That's right
Defender
there.
for
Plan
Identity.
1.
Yeah, plan 1 and 2 both. So this app is assigned and okay, there you go.
Just make sure that's checked.
Yeah. If somebody unchecks, by default they're checked, but definitely if somebody unchecks something, so make sure this is checked. Okay, thank you for this, and let's go ahead. So we were talking about
Smart screen.
So after smart screen, we're going for Windows encryption. So Windows settings, and then there's encrypt set devices. So definitely Windows encryption in compliances was just one encryption here, requires the device to be encrypted. But now here in configuration profile endpoint protection, not other one, endpoint protection one, then you will see more details of what you want to do with that. Windows settings, encrypt devices, you want to encrypt them or not. Although it is set as require here, actually not require here as well and there as well. So where do you want to implement from? You want your laptop device to be encrypted through compliance policy. Remember that compliance policy we're going to attach with conditional access policy as well, and that if the device is compliant or not. So do you want right away the device to be encrypted, the storage or the disk of your laptop to be encrypted? I would say definitely yes, we want it to be encrypted because obviously all our data should be encrypted in a company. So I'm just going to click that require. This means that I'm changing the compliance policy for our device. Now that's the only one policy we have, company compliance policy. And if I just put it to save, then obviously this device should be then encrypted as well. I'm just going to restart that because it is too slow to show me anything, and I haven't restarted it for quite some time now. So anyway, and restart also refreshes the policy of Intune a bit fast. So yeah, for compliance policy, I've enabled that there because it was not enabled in compliance that you want to encrypt the storage or not, and even in configuration profile. So any one place you can go for that, but configuration profile shows you more options here. So encrypt devices, yes, we already told compliance policy to do that. So we don't need to really do that here. Otherwise, it will start saying conflict. Actually, if it's the same device or the same policy with same settings, it should not have any issue. But when here it says opposite of what we have configured in compliance policy, then it says conflict. So anyway, encrypt device compliance policies handling that. Encrypt storage card, mobile only. So that you want to encrypt that. So suppose you connect a card and do you want it to be, if it's USB, obviously, we're going to actually disable that, but unless some company doesn't want it to be disabled, because our communication teams, they were saying, hey, can you give me an unencrypted laptop because I need to download photos from our camera for the last event. So we have to give him another laptop that is not encrypted and the USB is enabled. Anyway, so the thing is, what do you want? And the settings are here. BitLocker based settings, warning for other disk encryption. So the thing is that you want to block the warning, or this setting prompts for any third-party disk encryption or end users machines. Setting block will disable the warning prompt for others. So the thing is, suppose you're using McAfee antivirus, right? So McAfee also encrypts the disk, right? So in that case, you can um, in that case, uh, McAfee's encryption, suppose it wants to tell the user that, hey, my encryption is not enabled. Obviously, our BitLocker is enabled, so we don't need a third-party encryption. So in that case, you want to block encryption message from McAfee or not. So sometimes, third-party antivirus gets installed because of some application installs it. Uh, so then, you discover, oh, I have a McAfee. I don't need that. I have Microsoft Defender. So anyway, you want to block it or not, it's up to you. Allow standard users to enable encryption during Azure AD join. So should be enabled or not. So you can, well, it's already not configured. So this means that this feature is not available right now because of our circumstances and configurations in the back. Configure encryption methods. So if I enable that, so then it says that what kind of encryption you want. XTS, AES, 128-bit encryption for operating system drives, for fixed data drives, for removable data drives. So that's pretty interesting. Otherwise, BitLocker basic 256 encryption or 128 encryption would implement. So you just need to do some more groundwork on that. Do you want higher encryption for some critical machines? Suppose this endpoint protection policies for just 5 or 6 machines out of 10,000 machines. Those 5 or 6 machines have very, very critical data, or very, very critical, and you want extra encryption options enabled. So you can create one endpoint protection policy for just regular.
Anybody here? Time 4. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Let me see what pen you're using. Yeah, no, I need that pen.
All right, guys. So I had a BSOD, blue screen of death, and not sure why. I think my laptop, if I just, oh, serious. Oh, okay, I'll purchase a fan under the laptop. Oh, actually, I have it. And I was using it. Wow.
RAM do you have on this thing?
And
How much RAM do you have on your laptop?
this one has 16. When I want to use 32 GB one, so I have that mini PC.
Yeah, you told us. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, remotely
Told me
connect.
before.
Okay, so what we were talking about was, oh, everything's same place. It froze. Okay, so and unfroze then. Now let us go ahead. So we were talking about this endpoint security and it's wow, it's just like I've configured, but yeah, the endpoint security policy itself refreshed. So I'll just quickly go for endpoint security policy. Okay, so we were talking about the encryption here and BitLocker base settings, warning for other disk encryption. So other type of encryption, if we don't want users to see the warning for that, we can block that. Allow standard users to enable encryption during Azure AD join. So encryption should be done when the device is joining. So it's actually not configured, yeah. And anyway, when we first put required encryption here, then we're good, and we should be able to. So this one, it's going to encrypt the device when now it automatically joins the device. So there's an extra task that will be happening. In fact, I should, since I just enabled this rule now, so I'll go ahead and check in the devices if the devices are compliant now. Oh, having issue with getting authentication token. So also, yeah, it's okay. So I'll just check in endpoint security in the devices if it's compliant or no longer compliant now, because I created a new, that encrypt. I added a new feature here. So if I go to device compliance for the Win01 Intune device, now it's on not evaluated. So this means that one new feature got added and it's evaluating now when it's sure that the device has been encrypted for that machine, then it will consider it as compliant and green. So right now it's again evaluating. In fact, seriously, I had a blue screen, so that's why obviously the VMware session was gone. So I need to and start this to not show. Okay.
What was the code?
Yeah, like it's going to now log in and it's gonna connect with Intune and check if there are any other new policies waiting. And yes, there should be encryption waiting for it, and it should start encrypting the disk. And then Intune will check from time to time until it is the local device or the virtual machine is fully encrypted, and then it would say compliant. Wow. So it's taking forever to start. Yeah, okay.
How much RAM do you have left on your task manager?
How much RAM left?
Yeah.
Oh man, it's Windows 11 Task Manager. Seriously.
Uh,
Touch keypad, virtual touchpad. Where's the performances here?
yeah.
Serious system display. That's Task Manager. They have really changed the Task Manager here. I want to go for
You
classic.
right click. If you right click on the toolbar, it doesn't have
Right click on
toolbar.
taskbar settings.
Oh, really?
This is a taskbar, but where's the Task Manager then? Okay, if I
Oh, we're
right
gonna
click
have to
that
Google
one as
that.
well. Yeah, it's Windows 11 has they made it different. So
Hang on, let me Google it.
Okay.
Windows 11.
So yeah, 30% now. It's also updating, so this will take
Type
some long time for the
Windows
Windows to
R.
start.
So Windows R.
11, yeah.
Yeah, type Windows R. So Windows key and R at the same time. Or what you could do is press Control Shift Escape.
Windows key and R. Yeah.
Yep.
Run.
Type in Task Manager. So Task MGR. Okay.
Task MDM.
There you go.
All right. There you go. Thank
or
you.
you can do Control Shift Escape.
Ah, that also takes it. Cool. Thanks.
I'll put that in the chat.
Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Or you could do Control Alt Delete. Whatever you want. Those are the 4.
that's not a very good thing. 15 GB RAM fully used. Ouch. I have multiple browsers here.
So like capacity reservation in VMware, right? You need 75%.
Yeah, and
25% for thing. Yeah.
everything is maximum. Serious.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it is serious. And app history or processes. So
It's your issue.
for apps. Firefox is eating up. Google Chrome, Teams is eating up. Yeah, these are all the major criminals of RAM. I mean, CPU and RAM. Definitely they eat up all. And I have started it on 16 GB. Seriously. Okay. So I'll be checking this soon. One
You
day,
have an
one day.
SSD. You have an SSD hard disk, right?
Yeah. We're gonna go with the updates and undoing changes. Wow. Okay, so after BSOD, so our Windows also has some issues. Anyway, well, we are able to still go for it. Okay, so what I wanted to show was in any one of the windows that the encryption of the device has been added as a policy, and did it reach there or not? This company portal app, we can click that sync to request the settings, and otherwise, I'm just going to go back and try to explore some more of those features. So here, yes, if we wanted to have encryption for operating system drives, so we could have just enabled that. Otherwise, we can leave it. And what level of or depth of encryption you want for the devices, we can just check that out as well. And I'm just connecting after restart everything. Okay. 1K. Now, BitLocker OS drive settings. So additional authentication at startup, even selected require allows you to configure the additional authentication requirements at system startup, including utilizing the use of trusted platform module or startup PIN requirements. So what happens in our company when the end user powers on the laptop, first he or she has to put the BitLocker key, which they have written on put a sticker there beside the laptop, and then they first put the BitLocker key, then the laptop starts, and then they put their Windows Hello key pin, which is, so they have to put 2 pins actually there, one for BitLocker and one for that Windows Hello. So additional authentication at startup, if you want extra authentication as well, BitLocker with non-compatible TPM chip. So this is grayed out because ours is a virtual machine, and also if it is not compatible with certain other settings, then it's going to be grayed out in that way as well, unless you really need it.
So because it's a virtual machine, right?
Yeah. So yeah, and
Makes sense.
exactly. Well, it's not going to say that, but it cannot access TPM chip, right? So in virtual machine, there's no TPM chip. So it's always in the physical motherboard.
Yeah,
So
what's the
compatible
point of
TPM.
using
Yeah. So compatible TPM startup. And if it was that other machine, then like if it was a physical machine, you would have seen anything related to TPM being enabled. So we do need a physical machine, and I cannot sacrifice this very laptop for that. but I'll try to check if I can grab something from the office, the test machine, because many of the machines are ready to be thrown out. Okay, anyway, so TPM startup pin, TPM startup key and pin goes on minimum pin length. Now this minimum pin length for the BitLocker, right? So because it's the whole this section is not available because they cannot access TPM. So it's not. Oh,
So
if I click require, then seriously, yeah, you have to enable require, and this is enabled. But after that, whatever is grayed out will be. Yeah.
Amir,
You're
quick
saying
question. If you go to File Explorer,
File Explorer,
yeah, in the bottom there, yeah, right there.
yellow folder.
Yes, that's right. File Explorer for Windows 10 and 11. And then go to this PC. Right click on the Windows. You have it enabled, right?
Yeah.
Right click.
This is laptop has encryption. This is BitLocker
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
cell sign. Yeah,
you're
but
on the
this is
VM.
implemented here. Everything being implemented is on the virtual machine, not on my laptop.
So what if are you able to? No, you can't because it's not
So
enabled.
this machine is not added to our Intune environment.
So okay.
So that's why.
Are we able to pick around with the BIOS settings in the virtual environment or no?
Virtual environment BIOS settings?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can actually reboot from BIOS in virtual environment. Yes,
Yes.
can do that. Yeah. So, if you're saying that we can or cannot, yes, we can. But TPM, we can only avoid that, and otherwise, this is so. When we go, since we're here, so there is that security, and then there is, there's always
Right click.
if I right click here, then there's supposed to
Where did it
show
go?
show more options.
There you go.
Manage
There you
BitLocker.
go. That's it. That's exactly it.
So manage BitLocker, and then you can enable disable. We had to enable that for manually for some laptops because Intune was saying that they're not enabled, then remote manually. Sometimes automatically doesn't happen. We go manually and do that. So you just need to enable it. Okay, so we're gonna come back here, and this is TPM related. So if you click require, yes, it does show some of the options, but not all. So allow TPM trusted platform module, which saves the decryption keys for the data that is encrypted. So that is always saved here. So if you have some specific policies for that, you can go for require. I'm just going to go for not configured here. Yes, it's pretty much about certificate-based data recovery agent, user creation of recovery password, user creation of recovery password. So now the recovery password of our device. Suppose a user says that I forgot my BitLocker key. Then what do? We have to give the user our recovery BitLocker key, right? Where do we get the recovery BitLocker key? In Intune or Azure Active Directory. So where do we get the BitLocker key? I'm going to go to the Azure Active Directory for that, just to show that.
Some people don't use it.
Huh?
Some companies I work with, they don't use this option. It's embarrassing.
Oh, your voice is very low.
I said there was a few companies that I worked for in the past that did not use this option.
So if you go to users and then go to, suppose this user, now again, this is a virtual machine, but then you go to, there's Azure role assignment, authentication as well. Oh, seriously, it's not going to show here. No. Devices, if you go, then you see at the bottom of that. So if you click the device itself, and BitLocker key is supposed to be there if the BitLocker is enabled, the recovery key starts appearing here automatically when Intune discovers that, okay, there is that. And we have put some policies there as well. So if the user says, now this is only used when you make the user always log in. Suppose the laptop opens up and then the user has to put the BitLocker pin first then Windows starts, and then the login pin to log into the Windows, right? So then if you're making that happen to the user, then obviously this means that BitLocker has been implemented on the startup area as well. And then obviously BitLocker recovery key has to be generated. So it generates automatically that itself. If I click the manage here, do we have to enable that for, for the virtual machine? It's not really going for physical machine. It creates it. For virtual machine, I'm not sure.
Amir,
Yep.
so who the hell's gonna want to who's gonna want to remember a BitLocker key? Like users don't want to put that stuff in, man.
Well, depends on the different company configurations. But BitLocker key users have written down somewhere in the cell phone or in the, and then the pin separate. So you want two phases of authentication, you will go for that. We are actually going for that, but some companies don't prefer, so they can disable that. But it's all in the policies. You can enable, disable BitLocker.
That's right. They're in
required at
policies,
startup or not. Yep, it's the users actually would not want it, but since they are connecting from home and they could be connecting from restaurants, so we're just confirming that it's the best security that is available. But definitely they should not be connecting other than home when they say they are working from home. Okay, so here, save BitLocker recovery information to Azure Active Directory. Now this is, if I enable that again, require BitLocker additional authentication at startup. It's actually saying the startup thing, right? So you know what? I'm just going to click that now, require. So when it implements, this is at the startup that will happen. So select require allows you to configure the additional authentication requirements at system startup, including utilizing the use of TPM, and the startup pin. So this we have implemented in our company. But because they are all physical devices, obviously that's why. But if I put it here, let's put it for test and let's see, because it's not going to find TPM there. So will it all work? Will it still require a BitLocker pin there or not? So some of the configurations are available, some are not. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. So I've clicked the require. This means that endpoint protection, this is now enabled for my virtual machines. And we're going to see the result of that. And obviously, we will be testing some, whatever is configured, we will be testing that. And others we will be just exploring, but not everything we can test, obviously. So OS drive recovery enable, actually the control how BitLocker protected OS drives are recovered in the absence of the required startup key information. So if the startup key is missing for some reason, you put it somewhere and it's not there. So how do you recover that? Select enable allows you to configure various drive recovery techniques by selecting not configured. The default recovery options are supported, including DRA. The end user can specify recovery options and recovery information is not backed up. Seriously. So the thing is that if the device is encrypted with BitLocker, how do you recover that? And do you want to enable that? Suppose I go and enable that, that yes, I would want to recover my operating system if the BitLocker key is missing. So please do offer me recovery options in that case, right? So for that, and there's minimum pin length is not configured. So pin length could be anything for BitLocker startup, right? And certificate based, no, we're not going for certificate based. User creation of recovery password. User can create recovery password, allow 48 digits by default. They can go up to 48 digit. User creation of recovery key, yes, they can create that, and it could be this long. Recovery options in the BitLocker setup wizard. Don't block that. So, one user actually called me last week, and he actually forgot his BitLocker pin, or that sticker he had put on the laptop was removed. So I had to give him the BitLocker recovery key, where I just showed you now. If I go back in the Azure Active Directory, so it was here. So I clicked the show recovery key. It showed me. I copied it. The user was, then he was able to use that and recover and change his BitLocker key and note down somewhere. Okay, so recovery options in BitLocker setup wizard. I don't want to block that. So I want them to see the recovery options. Save BitLocker recovery information to Azure Active Directory. Yes. If BitLocker recovery information is created, then save it in the Azure Active Directory. So that's where I'm expecting that it would be saved and it will be available for the devices, whichever device has enabled this will have its recovery key also shown here, right? So I'm enabling that option as well. BitLocker recovery information stored to recovery information stored to Azure Directory. Yeah, obviously, backup recovery passwords and yes, we want that. Backup recovery passwords on key packages as well. Backup everything inside Active Directory for that device, so it's more secure. Client-driven recovery password rotation. Client can create the recovery password, but no, I think admins should have it. So store recovery information in Azure Active Directory before enabling BitLocker. It's not required. When BitLocker is enabled only, then it makes sense to save the recovery key in Azure Active Directory. Pre-boot recovery message and URL. So before even booting, if you're recovering, then what's the message you want to give, and what if there's a URL you want to give? BitLocker fixed data drive settings, fixed data drive settings. So suppose you have 2 disks, 3 disks, 4 disks, and you have BitLocker enabled all of them, right? And encrypted with BitLocker all the disks. So these settings apply specifically to fixed data drives. These settings only apply to Windows 10 11 Enterprise and 10 11 Education and Windows 10 Mobile. Oh, so these settings do not apply for Windows 10 Professional. They will only apply to Enterprise, Education, and 10 Mobile. Ouch. Okay, we have a Pro. Then I would be looking for Enterprise ISO trial version. I think I'm sure it is there for 90 days available. Enterprise trial version. Seriously, why did I go for Pro then? Because some of the enterprise features obviously will not show in Pro, and we have Pro Windows 10. So download Windows 10 Enterprise trial. Guys, we all have to do that.
It's in
Yeah, there you go. Enterprise or Pro?
Both.
Both are there?
Yeah.
Way to go, man. Okay. Then why did I install Pro? Serious?
Because you were showing us how to build the ISO from
yeah, because of that, exactly. You're right.
You were showing us the tool way to do it. So if you go, I updated it anyways. So if you go to applications and links, number 2.
Oh. And Azure Ready Connect, MSFT, blah, blah, blah. Pro and Enterprise Edition. There you go. Way to go, man.
Yeah, you're
welcome. Way to go.
And it's the second link. So you made us create the tool, right? Which was last 2 weeks ago. And now this is the Pro.
Yeah. So yeah, because that's what I found there as well.
And then this link will instead of having to sign up for it, it's just download.
Yeah, it's a tool.
We would have to change evaluate to the link. If you look at the link, you'd have to change. Yeah.
Does it say that it's gonna offer? Otherwise, we're gonna try it anyway. But it does not say that it's gonna offer Enterprise or Pro, right?
Not this one. If you go to the second version, second option.
Okay.
That's right.
This
click on that. That's it. Left click. So if you change evaluate.
Oh, there's this Enterprise.
Yeah. But if you change evaluate to, it says evaluate.
Download the ISO. Okay.
But change the word evaluate. If you go back. So at the top link where the URL is, you change the word evaluate -Windows. Just change the evaluate. The word evaluate.
So we are evaluating it.
No. So what you're going to do is if you change the word evaluate to download.
Download. Okay.
Yeah, this will save us so much time. Just download.
Oh, okay, man. You're cool.
I've been doing this for a long time.
All right.
Yeah.
Way to go, man. Way to go. Hey, how come this download is not saved? We're not going to save that?
I will. I will save it. Don't worry
Okay.
about it. I'll save it.
Yeah.
But
So
this is all.
yeah.
This is all because I hope people are using this. But this is for everybody here in the class, right?
Yeah, this is better. Cool. Wow. Thanks, man. English, United States, and it's 64-bit enterprise. So, and ISO LTSC, long-term something, right? So anyway,
Long branch.
yeah. Okay, 64-bit enterprise downloads. So I've clicked that 64-bit edition, and it started downloading. I think I clicked 2 times, so it's downloading 2 times. Yeah.
So if you can send me the link privately, Amir, I'll add that in right now.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, it's there. So guys, everyone who's intending to follow the labs, please download enterprise version, not pro version, because majority of the features will be supported by enterprise. In our company, we have all enterprise, and majority of the companies, obviously, they will have enterprise. So go ahead and I would suggest everyone download enterprise version. So I'll just put it there. Everyone, please download
And I'll put the link in now. I'll share the link with everybody.
Enterprise edition of Windows 10 to check all Intune features. Right. Okay, we're good. So that's yeah, I'm gonna go back here to 141. So yeah, so we were exploring all those features and then checking some of the features, how do we implement that, and some of its repercussions, or where we could go for on Windows 10. So if we are having Pro, so many of the features we might miss, which are meant for Enterprise Edition. And the information here would say for some of the features that these are for just Enterprise. So this means that in the background, we need to have Enterprise installed instead of Pro, and Go Pro. No, Go Enterprise. So these are both Pro, and I'll just install then Enterprise. Well, if I start now, it's 142 already. It's data recovery agent, user creation of recovery password, user creation of recovery key, recovery options in the BitLocker setup, save BitLocker recovery information to Azure Active Directory. I think we enabled up above there already. Save BitLocker information. So why is it coming again then? BitLocker recovery information shared to Active Directory. Okay, that could be another section here. So BitLocker removable data drive. So above was the fixed drive settings, right? Then there's a removable data drive setting. So write access to removable data drive not protected by BitLocker. So when you're connecting USB based devices, obviously your the cards, if the laptop supports that, then do you want to encrypt them with a BitLocker, or require them to be encrypted with BitLocker and then you can connect? Well, basically, if you disable USB connectivity, then obviously this option doesn't mean anything. So yeah, and I also will be trying to make sure that the USB is not enabled in our environment, and we'll make sure that it happens. Also, that the end user should not become an administrator of the device. So yeah, I'll be googling. We should all be googling that, and which option actually disables the end user to become an administrator, right? I'm gonna check that out. During the configuration of Intune or Endpoint Manager, I remember there was that setting at one place. So I will try to check it out again. Anyway, so Microsoft exploit guard here, attack surface reduction. So there are some policies there for attack surface reduction. Not some, you can see. Whoo, okay, that's a long list of policies here. And so we're going to start from exploit guard, application control, credential guard, security center, local device security options, Xbox services. Obviously, in company, we don't need that. User rights, that also has a lot of configurations, and which ones to enable, which one not to enable. That is a question. So yes, there are some. I know that this is all pretty boring, but the thing is that this is as important as it is boring, because I had to go with my junior admin to through this all policies. We had to put to our director, we had to discuss that, what are we implementing in end user devices, and what, so we can't just blindly enable or disable. We have to understand each and every policy there. What does it mean? Some policies are not spending a lot of time, they don't make sense, or for our environment, or so the thing is, we're just trying to understand each and every policy, and that's very useful because that really puts us in the command seat when we are handling thousands of devices. If we've not gone through these policies, we then don't know Intune and Endpoint Manager, right? So we have to know each and every nick and corner of this. Okay, guys, so we're gonna continue with the Microsoft Defender Exploit Guard. I'll take a screenshot of that, and so I could remember that I will be creating that account again. Endpoint. In fact, if no, I won't create that now. So I will just simply put that where to start again. I'll just go there next week, right? We're gonna start week 27, week 28. So once we go through those configuration profiles and everything, then obviously you will have a very good idea that how powerful Intune and Endpoint Manager really is, and some of the policies we're going to try as well. So to start next week, I've just put in that picture here. I've put that picture. Yeah, okay, we'll start from here. All right, guys, have a nice weekend and enjoy the weather, and see you next week. Ta-da. So hit the mic and stop the recording.
Amir, hold on a sec. Before you stop the recording, go to you do me a favor. Go to start in WebEx. Go
WebEx?
to File. Yeah, WebEx. Yeah. Go to File.
WebEx and files. Okay.
Right. And go to Save. And go to Save.
Oh yeah, you're saving here as well.
No, you. Yeah, I'm saving it. Yeah, if you see, I'm updating it in Teams. But
I'm not seeing files. You're saying assign,
file.
mute,
So there's
recorder,
File, Edit,
participant,
Share,
apps,
View.
annotate, more, and then notes, captions and highlight, mute all options, manage panels, invite, meeting info, view what? No, switch audio.
File.
No, I don't see
Okay.
files.
That's okay. That's okay. I think I figured it out.
Okay. Cool.
I'll update it for you guys and I'll put it.
Cool. All right, guys. So see you next week. Fahad says, sorry, I can quickly ask you a question. Yeah, Fahad, have we had day one video where we created an account with VMware to install? Yeah. Actually, that was day two. We did everything. So the day one and day two videos are all here in files, Fahad, if you're seeing that. So in files, and then the videos are this course videos, right? And in the course videos, that's too much. So it's week, today is, I think week 27. So week 26 and 25 are the ones. And yeah, my numbering is so bad. Then go for the date. I think it's, 11 June. So yeah, week 25, 26. Yeah, there's week 25. And then today's week 27. So week 25 is this. And that's what's the date here? 30 July. So 30 July and hey, I didn't upload the second video. I'm sure I did.
Just go to create. Here, go to create. Created.
Modified.
No, created.
Okay.
And then no, created. That's created by. Created, and then go A to Z, or newer to older. Yeah. There you go.
All right. Way to go. Thank you. Week 26, week 25, week 24. Okay, today week 27 will be here. So Fahad, this was 25. You can start from here and then 26, right? Please do. All right. No, for Intune today was day 3, but day 1 was just blah blah blah. It was just introduction. We didn't do anything. Day 2 was we did anything. So only day 2 is considered. It can be considered day 1. So when we did anything. Okay, guys. So have a nice weekend. And see you next week.
Yeah.
All right. Bye bye.